Morning. I'm too lazy to put the screen for the first game. It's whatever. I'm just starting. I don't think anyone would want to snipe me if I'm like 23 anyway, so whatever. What day is today? Tuesday? So when was the last time I played this? Friday? Saturday? Friday, maybe. Hello, soldier. Sierra Comp has a lot of anti-fun weapon. By a lot of anti-fun, I mean like 2 of the standard weapons. You see everywhere. Who is over here? I know that when I missed out there was someone here and I'm just like, what are you doing over here? Oh, hi. That was like the most inconvenient time to peek ever. Like, I genuinely did not think they knew. I'll say, yeah, I like the Brawl's name too. That's how I feel. Okay, they have a blaster. All you have to do is paint and not feed it, and yeah, do that. That's all I really need to do. Go, Brella. Gonna rotate the Solar Rainmaker, you literally just buy time. You're gonna climb the wall. Ah, the leader actually got that. That's crazy. Like, I'd stop aim and I still traded with them, like... They really just be like that, they have the charge up and everything. And I'm just like, me shoot her from... What are you gonna do over there? Yeah, that sounds about right. Probably should have messed with the guy top right, but whatever. And it's gonna drop zone, it's a apple, that's all they do. All they can do. This leader is like actually deleting people for peeking, it's kinda crazy. Like, I got to see a whole 2 shots of them just like deleting. No, actually no, it was 3. Right? I think I saw them do it to the blaster twice and then they 1v1 the Dapple that climbed the wall, which is kind of like pathetic, but also pretty sick. Also, the other team got 2 splashdowns. Wow. That's kind of sad. At times. For them, not for us. Wish I could be like the Brawl on my team, queue up and solo queue and get paired with like a K-Gal and a K-Shot so I can actually exist in peace. Actually, even without that, the other team had like a Clapple and like an Enzep that's like free real estate for Brawl. They had a Heavy too. Such is the way. We are spawning on the back of the skeleton. Pro Roller, Heavy. They have Missile, Kagao, Thermal Zap. What are you doing? This is a junior, alright? Hey, you just go. Why are you shooting at the leader? Who cares? If they miss, which they did, then it's just irrelevant. No, don't shoot a shot. Just go. Why? You're alone. Like, I don't get people who just like shoot the Rainmaker when they have no reason to. That's cool. I like how they swam backwards and jumped and still get the perfect T shot. That's awesome. Cool weapon. Not like my aim was any good, but it's just like it's just so obnoxious. Not really a lot of weapons in this game that can just like casually do that, you know? Where'd that guy go? Guess I wrapped around. I'm just gonna let it reset, we don't have to do anything. Alright, you wanna pick it up when you're the person kind of stalling it with random shots. I don't know about that. Yeah. Where is this person going? Well, I'm so confused about what the Sense app is doing. I did not mean to fall. I feel like I'm not doing anything, but there's like nothing happening. I don't think the other guy noticed my section. Okay, you're a leader, I don't care, I'm just going low. Like, if you miss the shot, like, I'm getting to 20. Okay, whatever. I mean, the Rainmaker's on the bottom, I don't know what you mean about this way. It's still pretty bad on this map. There's just like nothing happening in this game. Honestly, anything that's like below, I want to say 20 even, maybe even less on this map is pretty awful. I want to help you, but like, you're good. You're fine. Like 30 seconds. Oh. It's like the thing, right? It's just like, it's a leader hitting me, sure, but like, I don't care. Like, until the Kgal is like spawn capping me as a result, like, I don't care. You're a leader and Rainmaker. What are you gonna do about it? Like you're picking E-Leader and Rainmaker. I don't like you're hitting shots, cool, but it doesn't matter. Good morning, Watan. I don't remember if I even said that I added the animated emote last stream last week. I don't remember if I did, but yeah, that's there, which is cool. Plus 4. I'm getting like nothing, but there's also nothing happening, so fair. The very what's the word? Oh, I don't remember. What's the word I want? I guess uninteresting, like there's just nothing happening in the past 2 games, but I got a lot of solo queue games kind of feel that way. May have tweeted it, maybe? I don't remember. Best weapon for Rainmaker? Depends on the map. There's no like single weapon that's just like the best, you know what I mean? I mean, like, you can never go wrong with a splashable meta weapon like K-Shot. It's just easy. It does like everything you need, really. My voice is like dying because I haven't spoken in days. I think I go this way, it's Rainmaker. Like, Rainmaker's a very hold forward kind of mode, so you want a weapon that can like both do that but also stall if needed. So like Enzap's fine, K-Shot's fine, Swish can be good. I wish they would just go. Okay, whatever. Yeah, Swish 7 is Rainmaker, or Rainmaker is Swish 7's best mode by far. Like the only mode you really say it these days. And Swish 7's like such an X factor weapon in Rainmaker, like it can just make huge plays happen. Like you kind of want that in Rainmaker because the mode plays super campy. And comp until like someone wins neutral by like a significant margin. Aye. Yeah, I don't know, like it's like your standard stuff, like K-Shot's fine, Enzap is fine, Junior can also be fine. I don't know, I wouldn't say Junior actually. K-Shot's definitely like, I feel like K-Shot's like X factor is way higher than weapons like that, so I'd actually say K-Shot more. Nautilus with Inkjet's good. T-Tech can work, but like, that weapon's weird. But its best mode is definitely Rainmaker still. But, you know, generally you want stuff with bombs because you can stall on defense really easily. That's why I'll constantly say when I'm streaming, I see someone picking a weapon that's like slow or like E-Leader or something, I'm just like, eh. Because like 10 can work in Rainmaker, kind of because Sorel has repop power and you know it could be like a win condition with the shield. Like that's like a justifiable slow weapon. It still gets blown up sometimes, but like E-Leader's like there's no like X factor. You're just existing on the map and your weapon is slow. And if you miss the shot for like a clutch defense, then it's just like your weapon's useless. There's no point. What is this lobby? What is this? Well, I hate this. Why do people play this game? There's 5 armor, 6 armor, 2 missile. This game's a mistake. Make Splatoon 3, I'm done with this. This is so nonsense. The Hydra, yeah. This is so terrible, like, this is... ugh. And now we're feeding on defense when we have bomb weapons and armor weapons. Why are we doing that? Why are we feeding on defense with these weapons? Come on now, team. Not E at least, but... I have armor, but like I don't want to chase it really. Okay, whatever. Never mind. Ooh, the perfect suction! You fools. I'm gonna die. Why'd you go to the Hydra's line of sight? I'm gonna cry. Why? Was actually the perfect suction though? Why are we feeding with armor weapons? What do you mean this way? What does this way mean when we're dying with armors? I wanted to missile the Hydra. Oops. It like barely moved out of its range. Okay, now you have armor. Ow. That was so risky and such a shooter privilege. Like, I'm kind of mad I got away with that. Working armor, but... Okay, literally, how did you die? How did all of you die? Okay, there's a guy behind us, that would explain it. I don't even know how they got there. I feel like I'm doing fine. My team's just like not using the armor well at all. It's kind of sad because we have 3 of them. That was a bad missile though, I'll be real. I want to missile both. Like that just feeds them pain, it's kind of useless. At the same time, like, I don't like triple armor anyway, because, like, there's no approach option really outside of missile. Probably did, yeah. I don't like the builds that these two have either. Like, Zapathat OS is a meme. Why are you dropping with Junior? Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty bad. How are we playing NZAP in the year 2022 and we still don't wear OS? Like, mind-boggling. That's like, yeah, I got triple armor, but we're dying and split feeding, so what's the point? Yeah, how do you do this poorly on the easiest weapons in the game? Like, I genuinely don't understand. What is difficult about Junior? I don't get it. I cannot help you if you output 1 armor as like a 180 armor weapon in like a 4-minute game. I cannot help you. Like how you literally paint it in like 8 seconds, not even. Ow. The lobby was terrible. I hated it. It just felt like a bunch of people that had no idea what their weapons were supposed to do. Ah, yes, we're fighting quadruple armor. Splatoon 2 moment. So waiting for Splatoon 3. Armor's kinda cringe. Not even kinda, it is cringe. And you're a lightweight. Wow. Very cool. Junior's out of position for some reason. Realistically, armor's not great for on defense if we're not feeding it, but like this is obnoxious and like I'm saying not feeding it, but it's solo cute, like we're going to feed it. Also, they have like a zap and a try, so like... Alright, you know, everyone's just stupid. Okay, yeah, understandable, honestly. Everyone in solo queue is stupid. Should've died at that, but you had armor. Everyone's stupid. That feels. This is like actually a circus, this is incredible. Gaming. Why are you dropping? Why do people like feed so easily in solo? It's incredible. Good lord. Dropping into quadruple armor team. That was a good bomb. That build is horrible. Oh my goodness. Holding forward without popping armor, even though you have 4 of them. Blob, why are you dropping? Blob! What are you doing? Oh my goodness. This entire lobby is a disaster. How did you even... Okay. I feel like I'm literally just gonna sit back because I'm watching like everyone just die for no reason, constantly. Not fighting that. But you're fighting them. You just love feeding armor, dude. Like, just do what I'm doing, just hit the R button. Oh wait, no one on my team has bombs except the junior. Oh. Okay, like, why are you even worried? In that position, like... Yeah, I shouldn't have dropped. Like, why would I drop? I dropped because I missiled everyone, that's the time to go in, but like... I can't stop that. Or whatever. Yeah. Do not peek the Hydra, Junior. You're a junior. Why are you peeking the Hydra? It's always like the purest sense of North American lobby anxiety. Like, this Hydra's been here for so long. Like, there you go, jeez. Snaps like this, I'm glad I don't have a face cam because I've been rolling my eyes for like 5 minutes. I'm not even kidding. Like, Blob, why are you in their base? Why are you even there? The junior world flank. Oh my god. The junior world flanks, the blob pushes up a wall and climbs it, and junior peeks a hydra, like I cannot fathom what is that, like you collectively gave 3 players over like 20 plus KA. But they still lost because none of them played objective. Like, this is just, like, the epitome of, like... This is the epitome of why solo queue is bad. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, fragging just doesn't mean anything because you didn't actually, like, play the defense, like, whatsoever. Like, I'm the one benefiting from it, but, like, I'm just sitting here rolling my eyes over and over and over. Even at, like, my own deaths, I'm just like, why am I doing that? I know everyone else is gonna feed. Absolute pain. Yeah, get them not resetting it there because I think the try was still there. It's like they just died, but that whole game was just a disaster. This is all a disaster. Solo queue's a disaster. This game's a disaster. I'm just here for the ride. What does it mean, Mr. Bones Wild Ride? That's what I'm on right now. And I have double anchor against K-Pro K-Shot, that's epic. Drop roller, Explosher, this is X-Rank, yep. This is X-Rank. How'd I only missile 2 of them? I thought for sure I'd missile all 4, but alright, whatever. Jebaited. Ow. I'm in missile. Yeah, you do that. Yeah, I got stuck. Be out here playing K-Charger. Very smart. Genius gameplay. Let's all stand in front of the wall when we have no idea where anybody is. Wow. I thought it was like around the corner sufficiently, but no. Even a 96 at that. Big Sag. That wall. Like, I'm shocked they have this much map presence when we have this kind of comp. Maybe it's a K-Pro, it's not. exactly hard to outpaint them or whatever. You gonna pre-fire me or are you gonna keep sharking here? Okay, now you just decide to mislead even though you knew I was there. Alright. Alright, bruh. Movement. I missed it. I'll go do movement again. I just ignored them completely. I was like, I have the dude in over here, not this. Like, I'm really surprised we've maintained map control like the whole game. A nice kill. No. Oh. Your team saved you. Alright, the map control has finally been lost. Actually hit that. I shouldn't have dropped there anyway. Make them chase me, not the other way around. It's last ditch effort time. Woo. Woo. Then I had those 24 points, but okay. Fine. I feel like this is like this mood of just like K-Shot's like not particularly interesting in these lobbies because it's so one-sided if I go this weapon, but if I go like any like not top tier weapon, it's gonna feel more frustrating than fun. Or it's not even I don't even want to call K-Shot fun, it'll just become less... It'll become more annoying than anything the second I switch to like a more mediocre weapon. I don't know, like picking K-Shot in a lobby like this just feels like playing babysitter the whole time. But you know, that would apply to like everything in Rainmaker, but... Meh. How much drop roller today? We're playing Forge with... I don't even know what to call that. Cursed gear. Don't body block me, dude. Ah! Why? Yeah, whatever, are we going with the bubble? Gonna grab it? Okay. I'll farm a missile up here. Slash make the K-Shot chase me because they're really hungry for some reason. At the objective's on the right, I don't know why you're over here. Nice objective play K-Shot, that's really cool. Are you still chasing me? I can't tell. Bro. K-Shot. Objective. You're killing me here. I can understand shooting at me to push me out of the spawn, but you just literally dropped into the middle of the map to chase me. And the Rainmaker's on the complete other side of the map. Please. Like, how do people actually grind this? Like, seriously? Like, I could not. Like, I've done it a couple of times, but I don't get people who are like, I gotta grind solo queue every month. Like, I'm gonna lose my mind. Like, I'd rather do anything else than, like, try and take this rank system seriously. Carbon H3 Jet. Dynamo, I'm so sorry. Dynamo. I don't really care about that. Dynamo died for doing anything. I was gonna say I probably shouldn't be dropping on this, but like, whatever. I got baited by the bumps. I don't like our comp. I'm like the only, like, me and the Karma are like the only hold forward weapons, and even then, like, I don't like that. Like, Jet H3 feels too slow and passive for Rain together. Like, I think Jet's fine, but... Ah, yeah, so you got missiled as a Dynamo, now die. Such is life. Alright. Why'd you pick that up? You didn't clear that out yet, okay. I shouldn't have missiled here. That was a bad idea. Are you picking it up on our base? Why are you doing that? I get it, you're a lightweight. I don't like this. The other comp just moves too fast for us. Like, they have Junior Tetra, or not Tetra, Dooley. I don't like this. No. Like, this is what I mean, like, you can't have passive comps on Rainmaker, it's just bad. I just missed that horribly, but the Dynamo kind of blocked me, so I couldn't see anything. Why are you picking that up? You have no map. There's no map control. Why are we picking this? Let it reset. Like, I'm just still stuck in base. Now the L3 has a free inkjet. Now they have an armor. Like, you're up here, but like... you're not gonna get it that far. I don't think, unless they feed you like this. They have like 10 seconds though, yeah, no. If we have a carbon, I don't think we can go glass, even if we wanted to. Yeah, I don't like how my team is playing this Aurora comp. This is bad all around. Carbon has the world flank, they got one. Like, bro, you're letting a dynamo in our base. That's how bad our comp is. Like, this should not be happening in this game. There's no context. You should be getting spawn locked by a dynamo in this game. Like, we're still... Well, we don't have much time now, so I get it more, but we're still picking it up when our side isn't even painted and we're in disadvantage. Like, I don't know what to do to help you. Like, I can't help you. Why are you forcing it top still? Why? Why are we picking it up in our base for like 4 minutes in disadvantage? Wait for your turn, which we never get because our comp is an H3 and Rainmaker. Plus a C-chip, plus a weapon that doesn't function on this map. That was awful. Yeah, I feel like this Koichi right now. Just these solo queue games. This is just me. This is my brainwaves getting scrambled by what I'm looking at. Pain. It's like -7, but it's just like, I don't know. It's just, I never want to see a dynamo in my base like that in Splatoon 2. Like, that should not happen. That weapon should die instantly for existing. And I wish I was kidding, but like, against like actual good weapons, like, it unironically should be. I like a decent lobby. K52. They have a dapple, fair. I don't want the K out of this hold forward on me and 2-shot me, so. Yeah. Okay, that took way too long. Like, I'm like, you're... okay, I don't know. I got so impatient at the concept that they couldn't hit that. Like, bro, you're a shooter. Relax. I'm not in position for this at all. That sucks. Help me with this top tier. Help me. Yeah, that just rotates. Yeah. It's probably a bad mislook because I know they can rotate back instantly, but I'm just like, maybe they got bored and left now. They did not get bored. This is not a North American lobby where our attention span is like 2 seconds. You're not goldfish. I missed a chance for a kill there. Already won. No, you're not winning that fight against the K-Gal. Don't kid yourself. Tetra can try. Tetra traded, okay. Not that bad, actually. Ah, yes. The classic, you react to the dueling and you just simply move. Okay. I was like, it's worth a shot because it's an X-Blow. So what is your build? Like hyper swim. But why? I guess it's not zones, you don't need efficiency as much, but that's like too much ammo. No. Oh, I think my teammate's missile killed me. That sucks. That sucks a lot. I'm not even entertaining the idea of fighting the gal if I don't have to. Where'd he go? Why does your weapon just like phase in and out of existence like instantly? Why is it like that? I don't know what any of that was, but okay. That whole sequence just felt weird, and it felt like I could have done more, but something felt off about it. I don't even know what exactly. Help your try because it's a weapon that is getting gate-kept by walls. That is today's advice. Ah, I almost got a really good section there. Wow. Where's a carbon montage? You want me to play carbon on Schellendorf? I could. It's not gonna go well. I played carbon like... Didn't I play carbon last stream or the stream before that? I sound like I'm having the worst time. I'm playing solo queue in Splatoon 2. In what context is that fun without the streaming part? The answer is it's not. Play run speed V-Squeezer? But that involves playing a Stingray weapon. Like, that's not fun either. I like Squeezer, but V-Squeezer just makes me ill. I play carbon every single stream. I don't know about that one. Don't know about that one. That sounds like an easy way to make me dislike everything. Especially because I had the one lobby earlier, which was what, like 6 armor, 2 missile, I think it was. And like multiple of the people playing armor had no idea what they were doing. It was even worse. It's like, wow, I have triple armor on my team, and then everybody fed. And I'm like, oh. Oh, we hate bombs. We like feeding. Kiki. Neosploosh. Our comp is awful. We have like no bombs to defend outside of me. Casually rotate over here. It was not worth it. I should have just gone steps. I thought they have a tunnel, but no, the Sploosh just said I'm gonna paint for missile instead, so sorry. My bad. Bad decisions by me. Kinda. He had armor. That sucks. Ah. I see. I see. Huh. We hate objective. We really do. We despise objective. Objective is hideous. We hate it. Sure. Why not? No, it's okay. You can bully Omega in spirit. As I bully solo queue in spirit, and by bully I mean just sarcastically comment on like everything because everything just makes me roll my eyes or question everything about this game. Oh, jeez. Insane gameplay. See, the thing, I went for the juke when they had a Neo Explosion. I just wanted to paint for missile, so it wasn't actually a juke. I just conveniently put myself where the paint was. Therefore, another carbon! A dynamo! The dynamo's fighting a C-Jet and a K-Shot is truly a dying breed out here. I don't like the early Stingray meme. It's like, I want the pop. They have a dynamo. I want the pop. I don't care about the Clapple. I want the map control. Build her Stingray later. Yeah, see, they have a dynamo and they expose themselves, they die. That was kind of laggy, but okay. Kill the dynamo. Kill the dynamo. It's a dynamo. Please. Or whatever. I didn't see the bomb. I heard it, I didn't see it. Alright, Tetra's going for a play. Go, Tetra, go. It's a Junior and a Dynamo. I do not care, and I'm picking this up. Who let the machine flank here for free? Okay. Just let them take class. Or whatever, I'm jumping. They have 2 splashdowns. Exactly. See, Jet not killing the Dynamo is deeply upsetting. I'm expecting the Dynamo to die to like anything. Like, this is like my standard in this game. Like, look, he's peeking. Yes, exactly. Isn't that crazy? Or someone was there. Or whatever. Why are you up there? Why are you here? Why do we hate objective? I don't get people. Like, they're just sitting like here when we're all over here. Like, do you expect the Dynamo to drop down and do anything about it? Did we say yes, that's wrong. Oh, they attempted to camp the jump. Are you gonna do vertical? Oh, look, you died. Ah. How do people pick that weapon? It feels like you breathe and it doesn't exist anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I throw a bomb, can't move. Throw a bomb, can't move again. He's dead again. Like, bro. Poor Dynamo players. In a world of K-Gals and C-Jets, like, what do you actually do? It's lost. Look, you swung! You swung! And you didn't swing at the person that was just sharking for you, so you die! Wow! Even our people. Bro, what is this Dynamo doing? Like, have they gone off the deep end? Like, I don't understand what they're trying to do. No. I thought Splashdown land so fast. Am I crazy? Like, that felt like it just, like, didn't float midair, like, at all. Alright, we hit the R button, we hit the R button. They click the right stick, the game's over. They like the big range and big paint. I wouldn't even call it big paint, it's like ugly paint. Like, I legitimately feel bad for people picking that weapon in this game. No, like, I feel like people want to have fun with it, but every time I look at it, I'm like, you're such a low tier, like, you can't do anything. Like, they died 10 times, but I'm just like... They're literally on the glass, I'm just standing up, not even, like, threatening them, and the Stingray is just like... And then just... They hit the vertical fall off on me, but it's like, oh no, 50 damage, and now it takes another, like, second and a half for them to hit me again, and I could just move, like... What I don't... What is the appeal? I don't get it. I'm biased because I play that weapon, I get sad in, like, one game. I'm like, I don't want to play this anymore. It's also a Rainmaker, so like that makes a lot of sense to me. Like that's like it's one of its worst modes. Coping? Maybe, I don't know. I just like genuinely feel bad because I'm like, it sounds like a fun weapon, but then again in practice you like fight the K-Gals, you fight the missile spam, you fight the miss, the occasional rapids, and like it feels like everything that's good just like sits on it, so it's just like I feel like you're not allowed to play it. Against like people that like know what's up. Because like, oh, you're trying to make a play and respond. I'm just sitting there like watching, and the second they commit to a swing, I just like drop some of them. I'm like, oh look, a full second of end lag, and you kill them in like an unreactable time, you know. Yeah, like I feel like you would play gold or like even silver in Rainmaker. I don't know K Dynamo in Rainmaker. Like you have a sprinkler and a Booyah, and I think Booyah's worst mode is Rainmaker by far. Like I don't get it. Did I say that backwards? I don't know if I said that backwards. The worst mode for a Booyah is Rainmaker. I feel like I said that backwards. I don't know. Yeah, it's just like... See, just like the epitome of one of those weapons. I'm just like, yeah, Dynamo can't play the game if it exists in the same lobby. Like, clearly you have Booyah for the Stingray, I guess. Copium. Like, every time they stepped on glass, it's just like the C-Jet just kills them. So it's just like, you're not allowed to. This rotation's ugly. I like Sapie Reef, but Muscle Forge is terrible, so I don't even want to play that. I don't know what I want to do right now, because the next rotation's actually decent. Yeah, the next one's fine. What do I do for 2 hours? That is the question. That entire Rainmaker rotation just felt like the laziest gameplay, but I still get away with it because I'm a shooter. Yeah, that's all terrible. That's why I'm like, I don't know. I'm staring at this tweet of this bunger. A little bit of alting. I mean, like, I guess, but like... I like don't even like touch my alt these days because I don't even play on main. Like I don't even care about the points thing. It's just like muscle CP just kind of sucks. Like I don't think that'd be fun. Why can't it be like a different map of free? Free CP is actually fun. I like that map a lot. Is League just as bad? League's okay. Not amazing, but it's better. On the premise of there's no muscle forge. Could join if I want. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, update title before I forget. Twin because heck muscle forge. I really feel like Muscle Forge could have used a rework the way that Reef and Challenger and Starfish and stuff got. I really do not like Muscle Forge in its current state, like, at all. There's like a twisted font on Muscle Forge Splatoon because of how impressive you can be in enemy spawn, but the other ones kind of just suck. I feel like Check 2 on Muscle Forge has like the humpback problem of just like, it's such like a terrible angle to defend that like once you lose that part of the map, you just cannot defend it at all. Not a fan. Pretty bad. Also in League I have the freedom to run like anything, which is nice. Yeah, I don't like Muscle TC, I don't like CBI, like I just... I feel like Muscle TC is also one of those like solo maps where it'll just like stay at first checkpoint for like 4 minutes of the game. Like nothing happens. But then the second you get a snowball going and the game's just like, it feels like it's over. It's kind of like a less extreme Wahoo in a way. But still just about as bad in my mind. I don't know. Part of me kind of wants to go Soda. I really do hope S3 focuses more on new maps, especially since if you want to play maps from 2 or maps from 1 for the most part, then you can just come back to 2 on the same like console. Like I don't want to see them just like port maps from 2, really. There aren't even that many maps in 2, honestly, that I can say I like that much. Kind of just a lot of okays and then a lot of just like, I don't like this map, it's bad. Sploosh. pro dot, bro. Ah, I missed a second slash. Maybe. I mean, I shouldn't have chased it, we didn't paint anything yet. Oop. I don't know why I dropped. I kind of tunneled on the fact that I made people weak. I feel like it was the right idea, I was just like half a second too early. Combo. Prefer if you went. Yeah, I don't really like stalling for so long there, but... Aha, baited. Try the other app, but alright. Cool. Man, burst rush is so cool. Why does this weapon have to be 210? In a game filled with like spammy weapons with like 180 on everything. I get the multi-kill aspect of Soda is scary, but like you really had to make it 210, not even 200. Weapon does not paint that much. Artists that even really want to paint, it's a bucket. Just want to live life and crossfire and one-shot things. Ledge Goblin. Like, I know Soda had good results in Japan for a period, but like... I hate when they pull the nerf, like, trigger so fast. And that's just like... The weapon's still good now, it's just like, I don't think I need it 210. L3 Pro, double 52. Kind of annoying. I don't think we get pop because they have K-Shot and Sploosh, you know. Ah, they're irritated. Ah, he's weak. That sucks. Yeah, let's make a Rainmaker. Yeah, I just don't think 210 was necessary at all. It's like Kemba has a 210 hammer as well, and it's just like... I get it, but I don't like it. Like, I don't... It just feels... What's the word? It feels biased because of all the shooters with 180 and like 190 on like easier to use, like better universal specials with like no risk to them. Like, out of those feels lame. Like, why do I have to pay 210 for like a coin flip if I get a good use out of it? Yeah, that's what I mean, like, on non-painting weapons too, like, I'll give it like 10 probably paints better than Bucket, just because the shots are so massive, but like still. I don't know, it's because like once they nerf something in 2, they basically never go back to it, and even in the few cases they do, it feels biased. Like, they could have left NZAP at 210 for the rest of the game and no one would have like blinked twice. But they like brought it down to 200 again. It's just like, that's not necessary. This weapon's like been a top tier for like forever. Okay, bro, don't jump with an arrow spray, you're kidding. What are you doing? I hit both of them once. I should have just focused on one. No, I did that. Our comp has like no paint, but they have 2 arrows on defense, so it's kind of like lol. Thank you. What killed you? I don't know who's down there. Nice arrow spray, dude. Nice arrow spray. What? Okay. That was so sad. They like drop from the ledge and it's like, ah yes, time for the inaccurate 5-shot weapon to try and clutch. Yeah, not aerospace, it's just weird. I still feel like if you want to trim the fat in Splatoon and just like actually cut weapons, which I don't think the devs will do, kind of sadly, but and I feel like Arrow would be like one of the first ones to go. Its only niche was like painting, but they nerfed that like 2 years ago, so now Junior just paints better and has more ink efficient and has a big ink tank, and Junior's a better main weapon that feels more accurate. And it's a 4-shot instead of a 5-shot. So I look at Arrow, I'm like, you literally don't do anything as a main weapon to distinguish itself. I don't even know what you would do for it either. Like, I just feels kind of doomed. Like, the only logical thing you do is give it like really strong kits because it can farm specials, but even then, like, yeah, that just doesn't feel like it has any purpose to exist right now, too. Kinda sucks. Yeah, I genuinely don't know what you do for Aerospray to make it different or unique or like fun to play, honestly. I'm obsessed with this bunger. This dude. Wasn't there supposed to be DLC for Bug Snacks? Wasn't that a thing they announced a while ago? Maybe that's slated for this year, maybe I just totally forgot about it. I'm just obsessed with this thing. Make this the whole damn stream. I think there was supposed to be DLC for Bug Snacks. I think. Is that a Veezer? Can I see that right? Yeah, it did. Did I kill the... Okay, I was gonna say, I don't know if we killed the roller. Help me paint. And we'll see the world. Oh, that's flashing. We have two of. Not great. That actually reached me, that's crazy. I would have died anyway on the way down, but... felt like I got hit early. Yep. Oh, that sucks. Such a horrible position. I'm very glad I comboed that. That would have been awful otherwise. I mean, this is still terrible, but... especially because on defense we have a vanilla squeezer. Woo. But okay, that didn't look great. Alright. Realistically, they have two brushes, but we have like no missile or like armor on our team. If we had a missile, I think this game was like free. But we don't, so it's kind of annoying. Yeah. Don't really have a lot of pain either. This is annoying, like they get to Shark for free because we don't have specials to like expose them at all. Like they have a lead, so they don't even need to really do anything. I miss like every slosh there, I'm bad. Yeah, we have like no specials to move up. This is really annoying. I'm like the only one. I don't think Ray does well against like sharking weapons either. I didn't see that. Like, this dude just gets to sit here. Like, we have nothing to move them. This is so sad. That was 2 directs and we kill him, but okay. Pain. That's kind of just the epitome of twins giving nothing to work with. Yeah, V-Squeeze and it could at least be a C-Jet, so it could combo with the bucket better, but like no, it's a vanilla squeezer and Rainmaker. Bye. Yeah, our comp was just terrible. I think that's all it was. Literally nothing for defense. Outside of like Soda Spot Bomb, Machine Fizzy. Rush has Bomb, but still, it's just rough. Howdy. Alright, can we get like not double splashdown? Maybe? Now you switch to Octobrush, now you have to fight 3 of them and we still have like no paint. Still playing V-Squeezer, okay. You know, this would like be a non-issue if we had painters, but we don't, so yeah. Okay, you definitely did not get that far, but okay. How'd my squeezer drop on that without even putting a wall, like, bro? Why? Gotta say, V-Squeeze is kinda trash. But early dollar store C-Jet in this mode. Like, okay, you're raying. Did we get anything? No. Guys, literally, like, what are you raying? There's nobody there. Yeah, like, I don't expect much, it's just, like, annoying. It feels like everywhere you go in this game, even like Twin, you can't escape the idea of like, wow, this would be really easy if we had a K-Shot N-Zap. Maybe not N-Zap in this game, more so Junior, because Zap doesn't really want to fight the brushes, but... It's like a missile weapon in general. It'd help a ton this game. That doesn't look right, but okay. I think like the one flick killed me. I just don't like the way Octobrush hitboxes look. Still down for them to rework it in the next game. I don't really like how it is in 2. I don't like obnoxiously big hitbox. That's like irrelevant in comp. That's worth a shot. I don't think every big hitbox weapon needs that. Like, Clash is like kind of that boat, but like I don't like how Octobrush does it. Like, it just feels like a weapon that's like strong at low level play, but kind of irrelevant past the point. I don't really think that's interesting to fight or to use, really. Yeah. I knew one of them was there, but again, like, we have no tools to actually like flush them out. No Autobomb, no missile, nothing. Surprised he got that. I don't think it matters, but I definitely got you twice, but you know. I don't think it matters. I don't think we're winning that game with a V-Squeezer against that anyway. Yeah, no, that's just obnoxious. It really just feels like this game without missile or armor just feels like hard for no reason, but then playing the game with it is just like so one-sided. I feel like you can never escape that no matter where you go. Even in League. So convinced you're playing the game on hard mode if you don't have armor missile on your team. You know, they didn't really have it either, necessarily, but like it's just easy to oppress a weapon like Octobrush if you have that. Yeah, it's not KO, but still. It's like the same idea of like the game is hard for like no reason. Like superficially difficult because you're not running the best stuff in the game. But the second you start running like the best stuff, then like barely anything keeps up with you. I asked for armor missile, I get armor missile, yeah, that figures. I don't know. I really hope 3 just escapes this issue that 2 has, and I've been saying it forever, and like every time I stream it, it's just like... I don't think it's healthy that the game is that much more difficult to play without having like X and Y on your team, when the options for X and Y are so limited, and like most of them are kind of bad. Like, I don't know, the idea that Splash Zone's in the same game as Armor Missile is just like actually nonsense. Like, I'm interested in how 3 plans to change weapons and stuff, but honestly, I'm more curious about specials first and foremost, because I think 2 has, like, a massive issue with that. Like, they seriously need to make sure that there isn't such a discrepancy in specials. I mean, part of this is like, don't make universal buttons. Universal buttons are not good for a game, especially like this. It's like when Stingray is over too, and like, I don't know, it's just having infinite range on any specials is kind of an awful idea. Try. Adding a Siege. I don't think we got Poppy of a range blaster. Never mind, the dapple through a miss instead of shooting the thing. Yeah. Just kidding, not going that way because you have a Stingray. Got him. It's better to do that because by going on the one block, I'm just asking to die to Stingray. So in that context, since the rest of their team is dead, I think it's better that way. Okay, I need help with that, but okay. I missed all my bursts, it's a fine. I'm like so bad with flick shots on Bucket. Like, I always miss time it, so my hitbox just like doesn't go where I want it to. That would've looked so cool if I actually hit that on the first one. I'm like actually living on the edge like the entire like past like 30 seconds. What was that? I was so weak the whole time. Oh no, he died to the flank. That's a big uh-oh. Or at least it would be if only one of them was there, but half their team is over there, so it's kind of like whatever. Ah, never mind. I didn't know that person was there. That sucks. Definitely did. Yeah, shouldn't have dropped. I think it's the thing where they just have multiple shooters and we have a range blaster and Rainmaker. Trade. Not a great trade. Like again. Okay. That's the annoying part, because they have multiple bombs. And a siege up. Okay, how did I not hit that? Like, I knew they were there. I guess they were on the other side of the stack. I, like, aimed at the middle. That sucks, because I 100% knew they were there. How did I miss that? I'm bad. Almost bad. Yeah, that kind of felt like the thing where they just have more shooters. Easier for them to make a big play. Tried to not do too hot, especially for being on Mako. I think it was a different shirt and I'm blanking on which one. It was this one? Yeah, it was. Dynamite and Rainmaker. Have fun with that one. They have trouble splashing and they have like no means of pushing if we don't feed them. Kind of funny. Ah, I got stuck on the block. That sucks. And I can't really peek on defense, you're gonna die. Got that, but the charge would kill you for it, yeah. That has a lot of range. It has a scope, I guess. That sucks. I was even gonna try and camp the landing. I was just trying to crossfire the other dude. Kinda forgot about that. That is unfortunate for them. I say, like, I know you're there. What you're hiding for. How did you knock that out with 3 people there? How? How did you do that? Tell me your secrets. That's such a matchmaking moment if you put 3 Splashins on one team. Question is, will 3 do anything to prevent that? I kinda doubt it, but I can hope. Yeah, the one sploosh, that was funny. I think it was a sploosh. For yeah, but Dynamo should be pop. Okay, the brush doesn't want to go for it, they just want to be haha funny. Which, you know, worked so far. It worked. I mean, they have like a Swiffer and a Dynamo, it's kind of hard to deny though. Not about going right, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about pushing that way. Other way, but I don't think there's any reason to go for that. Kinda chasing my friend. I mean, now you can go because they all died, but I still don't like it. Like, you have 43, like, it's not worth anything. Your weapon is so sad. And that's a charger, being a charger, so... Kinda got to exist in that corner for a solid minute, that was interesting. Bum, bum. That was so sad. Oh my goodness. What a depressing fate. Oh, that sucks. I almost got away with it. also gonna painter spawn, since it's not painted yet. Have an Octobrush and it won't annoy them later when they respawn if we have to defend. We'll try. And I killed the Dynamo. I don't want to slander Dynamo today. I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying what I'm saying. And you're dead again. Okay then. Map is so purple. I mean, the armor don't need to fight out. Okay then. One armor. Yeah, it's kind of a rough game. Kind of sad when I was just sitting under the ledge and like it's a Squiffer, so they need to like try and trick shot to even hit it. That's Charger being Charger, I guess. Another Dynamo. Is this always relevant to that? Old armor pack, CDS later. I kind of wish I went top. Because the bottom is kind of just this awkward stalemate. I'll go when the leader shoots. Yeah, no. I don't know, like, just Dynamo and neutral on this map, just... I don't like it, it's just like a big open flat map, like what do you actually do with that dying? Something like later. Yeah, well that person fiended way too hard to kill that landing. Nice. I feel like no one ever goes for that jump. The one I did, not the Rainmaker. Just a junior. There you go. I think Clownblitz at this map has a whatchamacall zipline. There's no one here, you're delusional. Goodbye. Junior got baited. Where do I want to throw this? I guess bottom. Gonna force a pinch. And like someone wants to go top. Kind of surprised. I mean, actually no, Dynamo's actually pretty decent at killing Inkjets. I think it's more so because I think they were armored, so I guess someone else broke it off. That's a good combo. That or they were weak, because Dynamo actually can kill through that if they're weak. Does 180 damage, haha. Even more if you have MPU. I really wanted to get the kill on the leader. Bro, you're a junior. I choked that, but you shouldn't do that. I was loaning, so that's unfortunate. I just missed a couple shots. They're flanking, but it's a junior, so I don't know. That really means a ton. Yeah. They had the makings of a play there, but it just didn't work out for them. Yeah, I was chasing. I mean, okay, we had the follow-up. It's like a... I didn't really have to throw my rain either, I just kind of wanted to. Yeah, that's bad by me. Dynamo, drop zone. Yeah, you did it. Yeah, I kind of threw at the end. Like, I don't know why. I went for the world flank and I'm like, I threw the bomb, it'll break their armor, and then I'm like, I have no ink, why am I going for a fight? And I just died. Thinking I'm like an ink efficient weapon, but no. I hope CDS remains like the same main weapon in 3. Like one of the most fun main weapons in this game. Be cool to see them put a beacon back on it. Be a fan of that. Also, I feel like you could do... you could probably recreate the custom dually sculpture kit from S1 and S3, right? You could give it like beacon plus whale 5.1. That might be cool. Thunder. Rainmaker, you're crazy. If a Soda as your partner, which is kind of base though, I think those weapons actually go together really well. Why are you on the block there? How much main power do you have, or do you just have that much range? That's crazy. Almost. I choked that. What in the world is your build? I'm not even gonna ask. Interesting times out here. Enemy team comp is horrible, by the way. They have like no paint to enable any of those weapons. And just stood there. Hi. Bye. I guess. I've never rolled there before, so apologies. Aw, I got like 3 bullets. Now comes the part of the game where they have no approach options at all. Roll down, you're a Gluga. Guess they painted in depth. Ow. I should be dead, but it's a Gluga. I should be dead, but I'm a duelie. Baller, baller, baller. Yeah, the roller world flank. Okay. Alright then. It's kind of fun just standing around in Twin just watching what people do. Hi. Oh, I forgot about the section, that sucks. It's just like one of those games I'm not like particularly threatened, just because their weapons simply don't like let them do what they want to do. Like they burn their jetpack, the leader died. You get repop because they have no pop potential. I got body blocked. Whatever. I'm not gonna do the same thing. I'm literally just gonna sit in mid and paint. And have to pop that, but whatever. There's someone here. No, because there's like 3 people over there now. Okay. Oh no, the Gluga. Oh no. Gluga needs like a serious glow up in S3 if they expect anyone to pick that thing. Bucket kind of bullied. We had two painters. Our only painter was a leader. What is the bucket's name? Is the bucket's name just Screaming? Is that what it meant? That's pretty funny if it is. Dude, I'm still staring at this bunger. I have a tab open with this, I'm just staring at it like, look at him. I wonder how much it cost. I didn't actually look on the tweet. I don't know if it said it. I'm guessing like 20 or 30 without shipping. 32, okay. What do we got? Junior, 52 Deco. They're half double leader, so we literally don't play the game until the armor missile, and then they can't do anything. I'm just waiting. What is happening? Alright, push it as a leader. That is lagging out incredibly. Impressive. Probably playing on handheld or something. Probably shouldn't have peeked that. So any armor missile, so this leader is definitely lagging out. They move so unnaturally. How did I not? Oh, okay, I was gonna say, like, I thought I was hitting the Nautilus. I'm like, how did I not get an assist on that? And you don't all one thing because you're a leader and only can. I would have just ran it, but okay. Whatever. I should have ran it closer to the right side, but I didn't have paint on there, so. Ah, the rain, the funny. You like that. Who is up here? And am I just trolling the leader? Okay, good figure. And they're not playing objective yet, so meh. That's pretty close. It didn't matter, but it was pretty close. Ah, damn. It's kind of an aggro peek, I didn't really need to do that. I think the gal's going on landing. No, they messed up. Don't stand on top of me, please. I don't believe you hit that. I doubt it. I don't like that we gave them so much map. the same time, like, how do they really move up with 2 leaders? You're an E-leader, what are you gonna do? Cry about it. Cry about it. That actually hit me from behind, not really. I think I peeked my head out the left side, that sucks. There was like a multi-kill waiting to happen. And they burn their jetpacks without grabbing it, so like... Whoa. What do you have to push now? You got baited! Haha! Why are you going double E leader? Why? I like how you're just trolling them and they're actually taking the bait, like they're both like pointing at you as if it matters, like... Oh my goodness, literally ignore it. The dopamine, I need to hit the shot, and then do nothing, because I'm a leader in Rainmaker. There should be a gif, you know, like those gifs on Discord. There should be one of like a charger trying to kill someone behind a pill and they're just jumping around behind it and it just says cry about it and it's sped up at like 300%. I need that really badly. Oh, no, and then at the end of the gif, the charger dies to something else completely. Yeah, I need a gif of that that says cry about it. Double mini. Okay. The Zinc Mini. I don't know how to feel about that Swiffer though. I like the other Swiffers built better. I like Jetpack Swiffer better, even if armor's nice. Fellas, what's going on over here? Oh, you know, I don't really care about that, I'm just gonna move this. That is most unfortunate. Oh my goodness, they choked that jetpack so hard. I should have died at like 60. That's tragic. I think that's the thing where people just panic when they're using jetpack instead of like lining up their shot correctly instead. I go for like quantity over quality. Jetpack's all about making sure your shots actually matter. Alright, buddy. Alright, buddy. Buddy old pal. I'm gonna die to that. Never mind, I'm lucky. Like, I rolled a torp, I died. Why are you approaching me now? You know. You're not supposed to actually take the bait. It's supposed to be like a respect me. And then you just died to it, okay. Interesting times. Where does this land? Yeah, that's wrong. I killed you. There's someone afoot. Cry about it. Ooh. Cry about it. Oh my god. I'd be so mad if I died to that, dude. Like, not even pointing at the— oh. Oh, be careful there. You might hit me. You gotta be careful. That's risky business. Has like literally one. Literally one. So one that I would fall off him and he died. This wall is my wall. Yes, I can tell you want it. That's fine, just trolling. It's just funny, like watching like short range weapons try and kill us CDS. And I've been trying like the whole day. I don't think there was ever a point where I was not trolling. Wow. That is absurd RNG. Damn, there were some ridiculous RNG moments in that game where it felt like pre-patch CDS, where it doesn't melt someone at like max range while jumping. Like, to be fair, I was doing the jump tech for a lot of it, which was like, still like, I feel like I always land like 2 or 3 bullets doing that and then just miss the kill itself. I will be back in a second. Okay. kind of miss CDS meta. I get why it was toned down the way it was. I still kind of miss it. I think stuff like nerfing the efficiency and like having like a 210 or whatever, 210 or 220 range is fine. But I think doing stuff like shrinking the size of the bullet kind of sucks. I'm glad they kept the jump tech at least. That part's pretty based. It's like one of the most fun things about it. Yeah, like I don't know. I didn't despise it. Nice Brawler. Brawl actually kind of sits on their comp. They have no lethals. I'm very dead, yeah. Let's have when we push off the rain. Or push up off the rain. Enemy cop is wild, but they have 2 Clopples, so I don't really care about that. Like, Clopple's literally a weapon I can just roll backwards from, like, forever. Yeah, like, you can't do anything. Like, the only time I lose that matchup is if I literally don't have anchor, I'm bad. I think that's kind of annoying though, because I'm not an ink efficient weapon and I don't tread wall super well. Also that! Ah, that's Clapple. Really? You did? I guess they were shooting the shield and they just happened to drop shield, that's unfortunate. We have LDE on this app. We have means to win this game, it's just gonna be annoying because K-Gal. Also latency, I guess, but in general, I don't really care about the Clopple. Morning, Opie. Like, once we set up, they have no bombs on defense, so, like, that's really our win con. Yeah, that kinda sucked. The Booyah kinda cornered me. Kind of giving them a lot of passive special charge right now. Yeah, it's so weak. Okay, he died, that's really what the point is, because now I can kind of set up. It's actually to have a jetpack. Jetpack's so good on this map. I'm not about burning the armor yet, because we're not pushing. That part I don't know about that, but I'll grab it. Need help with the scowl. Why are we ignoring me? Okay. Kinda need to watch the Rainmaker. It drops on me. That's surprising. Alright. No one else hit him. That sucks. Okay. I mean, that guy's out of position. You just stall him with your Umbrella, kill this guy. We can get a push hook and we didn't kill Splashdown somehow. Yeah, it's kind of late for the push. Oh, we just seem like really desynced this game. Not a great trade. Plus the gals, and they're both that way. Yeah, one's that way. Yeah. Need my team to like watch the rail and stuff. Someone's up there though. Yeah, that guy. Ah, that sucks. I thought it correctly, we're just not winning our fights. Sucks. Kinda let them get the... Did they get pop? I don't remember. I think we got pop, I don't think we did anything with it just by killing the Giga off of it. And a lot of points for losing to 2 Gagals, but okay. Morning. Keep dropping kills with this weapon. It's hard because you're a 4-shot. Like sometimes you're up in RNG, go boom. I don't know, Mini's cool, it's just... It's not like a hold forward Rainmaker weapon kill by pointing at opponent kind of thing, so it's harder. Also, I feel like it's hard because you're fighting 2 walls. It's like that's just a struggle. Again, that's like part of the reason I despise KCal. It's just like this weapon's it's so easy to play. You just hold the trigger and you just outclass like everything in the game. In terms of like raw kill time, it's really depressing. It's literally just that, haha, you have no lethal bomb or you're a baby gun, you lose when I throw the wall up. Like, it's really lame. Like, no context I would ever want that meta in a game. I've been saying this forever. But people still wanted 52 buffs, and this is what you get. I'm surprised I didn't kill them. Oh, hi. And they're armored. And up. I did what I can. I don't even know what I want to do on defense here. Like as like a first priority. Ahaha, hold forward armor. So skillful. Or not watching. Okay. Whatever. Is a dynamo you can drop zone that or not? I don't care if I trade that. I just want them out of the base. My fault. I see you. Now I'm sad I don't have LD, because if I had LD I could pretend my main weapon has some form of efficiency. Like not just like lasers or comp really badly. Like, I don't really have a ton for that. Again, I'll take the trade. Just kind of just trolling, but I don't know how good our twin is. Their opening was really bad. So they have Armor Nautilus, so it's kind of like, you know, AB mode, if you will. Kind of not paying air side splash. I mean, nice. Why are you holding for? Why? What are you doing? You're gonna die. Bro, what are you doing? Trade. Yeah, I think this is like kind of like the thing I say about splashes in solo. They kind of just like don't paint. They kind of just like fiend for kills it when it doesn't matter. Like I don't think they had any reason to drop there, but they did anyway. I haven't even seen this Lucius game really. I'm picking it up because I don't really trust the other two. Yeah. You're not dead, that's surprising. Now you're dead. That was a good combo by the K-Pro, good crossfire. Can appreciate that. I don't know if that rain's really worth it, honestly. Because we're not getting anything out of it. We burn missile too, but we're not like pushing it. Now it's a kill. You guys gonna die anyway. Never mind, they have armor. Haha. They're throwing lasers faster than my aim was bad. Okay. Yeah, they kind of just felt like a game where the enemy gets armor jetpack, and they win opening pop, and that's how Rainmaker works, and it's my least favorite mode. Haha. Discord broken, is it? No booyah, because the dev said have a 220, because heck your weapon. 190 booyahs on K-Gal is balanced though. Even though K-Gal paints like 10 times better, it's 10 times more ink efficient. That's great. You're not painting missiles. I saw you fall off the map once, which was funny. But again, it's just like the game felt like they just had armor missile. And like her splash was not respecting anything and just dropping into enemy turf, so kind of expected. Like on paper we have like 2 crossfire weapons and a burst bomb. 2 burst bombs, so the dynamo shouldn't exist, but every time I look at the splash on the map they're just like not doing that, so like it didn't play out like how I wish it did. I need the splash of third burst to have any attempt at not trading the Nautilus, but first time on stream, do you take questions about weapons? Yeah, throw it at me. I can't guarantee the best response depending on what weapon, because I play most things in this game or have experience with them or fighting them, but I can try. The more specific, the better, though. Because if you ask me a general question, I can't really give you like an answer that's like specifically helpful. Because I think a lot of people that play comp have been there where they just get like a random DM from someone that's like a super open-ended question, like, how do I get X rank? And it's just like, can't help you. That's not like, you know, that's not a question I can like answer. Like if someone said like, how do I get X rank in like the broadest sense of the word, I would just say practice and get good, but that doesn't help anybody. No, but like that's how it works, you know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna like feed you like a nonsensical answer, or I don't want to. Like if someone wants help, I want to help them, but you have to help me help you. You know what I mean? Dynamo. As well, she is if they're more viable in the regular one because of bomb despite the missile. People play both in competitive, but a lot of people do opt for the missile one because the thing about having a bomb on this one's neat. and it's a nice tool to like poke people, and obviously lethals are good, but it's like DDS isn't really ink efficient, so it can't like use the bomb as like an approach. It like lacks the ink efficiency to like truly do that well. Oh, you're gonna die. Oh. I think both are perfectly viable. I wouldn't really say one's better than the other. It's just like it depends on like map mode and like what you want, right? Because if you have other lethals on your team, it's like perfectly fine to slot in a vanilla Squelchy. But you know, if your team comp has like no bombs and you say I want a bomb, I don't think CDS is the answer because it's not good at outputting bombs like a junior or like an NSAP. Oh, that guy almost got deleted. Almost. Cured. Die. And die. You forget I was here? Ah, oh, it's so sad. No. Ah, same as on the BDF build. Okay, we're never dying to bombs again. Bomb AoE. Check the Crapid in particular. A grab. Counter push up here isn't bad if we kill the Rapid. Yeah, check out this path. Never mind. Oh, no, I thought I could get it. I messed it up. You can jump on the uninkable block and then to the other part. I wanted to do that, but I didn't think I'd make the first jump, so I just gave up on it. That was definitely the right context for that jump. I just didn't believe in myself. That's unfortunate. He's like one. This is such a bad jump. Yeah. Oh, the try DC. No! You could have done that after he got in lead. That sucks. Yeah, this isn't worth it. E. Still doable. This isn't like a crazy lead. Go, Mike, go, win the fight. Kill Div. I did arc it correctly. You know, that's worth something. Did not get that one right, though. But then slowly play regular from time to time. I feel like bombs are kind of needed. Solo queue sadly have to be really selfish, but I will say it's like the trade-off is... The bomb is nice for being selfish, right? And like, you know, just having it. But at the same time, 190 missile and solo queue. Like, missile and solo queue is like stupid. Missile and competitive is stupid. Like, it just does things for you. I don't know why I didn't jump deck. So I feel like both can work in solo, but I feel like CDS is like the more rounded kit because you have a bomb to just play lame and stall on defense. Like if you throw a sensor, like your teammates just gonna be like, oh, I see a person, I'm gonna drop and kill, and then they like choke the kill, and it's just like, I shouldn't have even thrown that. That didn't help anybody. I got you. I'm shocked I didn't kill the Crapid. I guess I only landed 3 bullets. I thought they weren't healthy. I thought that kill for sure. That's unfortunate. Stop them! I rolled into it, that sucks. But yeah, like, sadly the answer for solo queue is just like, being selfish in solo queue is good. Because the team play in solo queue is extremely rare, especially in like all these like low lobbies. Like if you see like an average lobby that's like below 24, like do not expect like good team play. If it happens, it just probably a consequence of just like it just so happened to work that way, not so much like I want to help my teammate kind of thing. Better they can try, but the execution won't really like be there. Like it happens, it's just not common. Screaming and crying right now, yeah, I'm screaming and crying at the The minus, or no, it's +0 technically. I don't know why it's +0 when you lose. Like it should be -0, but whatever. Like I'll say, I played CDS in solo a decent bit before it got nerfed because I have a million paint on it. I was like, granted, like missile meta wasn't really a thing back then necessarily, so there was more reason to pick CDS specifically. But I feel like CDS is just a better selfish solo weapon. Like you can probably look on Sendo's website and like compare the two Squelchy variants results in solo, and like custom will probably have like an overwhelmingly higher usage rate. I don't know about these days, but you know, again, I think V-Squelchy's cool in a team setting, but usually you pair it with other like bomb output weapons, like, you know, like Junior or like Zap kind of thing. Because running no bombs in this game is kind of sucky. Unless you have like a chip damage AoE comp, you know, like Explo, with Neo Splash kind of comps. But even then, like, you know, it's never bad to have a bomb. Bombus. Okay, that works. Also, you know, depending on mode, you know, like having a bomb to do stuff like this is nice. Didn't pop it, but it was close. It was almost the example. Almost. Yeah, like I have a low opinion of Sensor in this game, so you don't pick V-Squelchy for the Sensor, it's literally just because it has missile. And it's like a cheapish missile too, it's like 190. And the weapon's good at painting, and like I think it can use the missile info well. And like force fights on things that like can't kill it well, so you can just kite them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Stinky. Okay, I got the kill in the range, which is good, but it's still like a really bad scenario. They went like the worst way possible! I didn't think of the... Okay, whatever. I'm going the other way. You can't tell me what to do. Kill me. Kill me up here. Oh no, I wanted them to actually kill me. It's funny stalling it there. Aww. I knew the timer was low. I thought the soda would actually hit it, but I think they missed. Like, barely didn't have enough time. Bombus. I'm just sitting here. No, my body blocks me! No! That was the most unfortunate peak of all time. Oh no. That's so unlucky. Oh, they actually melted me, and they didn't grab the fish! Oh, they didn't get the reset off, that's so bad. This game is a disaster the past, like, 2 minutes. Scanner base, like, here. Hey. Oh, you had a friend. This way. Okay. Oh, look at burst. I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, you're a Neo Splash, you get this kill. And they did it. So they got it. I don't know why I jumped there earlier on, there was no point. I threw the bomb to make them move, that's all I have to do. But jumping just lets them kill me. I was gonna say, there's no shot you actually like get away with jumping around them that long at the shooter. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I feel like improving in this game is genuinely difficult for people. Because if you don't have people to like play scrims and stuff with, then like all you have is League and solo, assuming you even have people to do League with. And solo instills like a ton of bad habits into people that I don't even blame them because they just win games with it and they're in X rank with it, you know? So like in their head they're like, oh, I've won like a million games like this, it's a good idea, but it might be like a horrible idea. It's rough. It's really rough. I don't blame a lot of people for like not plateauing necessarily. Just it's difficult to improve in a game that actively discourages team play because the most common mode in the game is about being selfish. Pay no attention to BF build. Listen. Your muscles are twitching because you haven't been drinking water. Drink water. Yeah, drink water. Dehydrated. I have a bottle. I'm doing well today. On the water front. I'm not doing well on the sleeping front. I went to bed at like 3:30 and I woke up at like 7 because I had to do something this morning, so that part we didn't do too well. But you know, one out of 2 on the self-care today. Yeah, it's tricky in this game. It really is. Like, the more you get exposed to, like, an effective, like, you know, not even necessarily a scrim, but, like, an environment where people, like, talk about the game kind of thing, I feel like you learn a lot. Like, I didn't do Conference Splatoon 1 at all, it literally just started in 2, and even then I don't think it was, like, super much until, like, a year or 2 into the game, but I feel like I learned pretty quickly because I understood the concept, so it was just, like, a matter of someone, like, wording stuff out to me. Carbon. And like even now I play like combos like really casual, like barely ever do tournaments or anything these days. I don't know, it's like once you like learn the flow of the game, it makes a lot more sense. Am I ever peeking this or like what? My aim was horrible there. There was no aim to be found. That's the sleep deprived aim, that's what that was. The sleep deprived aim. That's what that was. Weird, because I'm not even like tired, but I can tell that like sleeping like 3 hours or 4 hours is not good. Carbon. Back the heck up. You can't stop me from doing what I want to do, heck you. I'm up here and you're gonna have to deal with it now. Even though it does like nothing to actually help, but not even land. Did you wait the whole time? Did they seriously wait that long? Kind of impressive, if that's the case. Get trolled! I should have died. I was like turreting for like a solid second there. Eh. They're not. I say I know someone is here. Oh, seriously? I hate when that happens. I am ratting it up today. In this game at least. Like, this is mega rat energy. Ah. Like, what kind of movement? We're like up here, and then we go here, and then around here, and then back the other way. We didn't go back the other way, but we like oriented ourselves to actually be helping. We're like one. I'm one. You're one. I can't say. Thank you. Go in the rail. Hooray. Hi, oh, hello. Like, I know you're here, like... I'll catch up in a second. I feel like I'm getting away with too much trolling. I can't like read chat if I'm not dying. Oh, he's so weak. There you go. Where's the arrow spray? I'm just a witness to all the... I don't even know what the kerfluffle, the brawl, the melee, the fight, the scrap, whatever word you want to use. I'm just watching it. Yeah. Yeah, it's fair. I feel like a lot of people have that like cycle when they get into this game and they get super invested. It's just like, damn, I wish I had someone to play this with, because it's kind of how I felt in 1. I didn't know anybody. I just like played the game because I thought it looked interesting, and I'm just like, it's kind of fun though. I had like nobody to play it with. I just played solo queue and learned through exposure to what I was being killed by, and then I'm like, is that good? And I'd play it and I'd be like, that's good. Or I would play it and be like, this isn't good, I'm just bad. You know, like very basic. Like I'm happy, new to the game kind of mentality. You know, like my sleep schedule was like abhorrent. I think the worst it's been recently, there was a day where I was binging something in bed and I passed out at, I want to say close to 7 a.m. and I woke up at like 2 p.m. I'm like, what the frick is going on? Why is it 2 p.m.? And then I remember and I'm like, oh. Yes, on me. That's a loon. I thought the Dynamo Ninja Squid for a second. I read that wrong. I was very confused. Also, we don't get popped. They have a shooter and we have a blaster. Go away. Get away from me. Get baited. Where's my trade? No. Why did you just sit there and watch? Kevin. I hit the dynamo multiple times, Kevin. You gotta crossfire with your teammate, or at least use your teammate as bait. Let me die with a purpose. That's a lot of rain. Are they going to cool it? Oh. I didn't realize all the missiles are falling on me. 24 is pretty bad, but we'll find a way. Okay. Does anyone jump to you? I don't think so. I feel like the paint under my feet just scared me because of the camera angle there. Armor. Did the armor actually screw me? Like, it just like... My bomb made them fly the other way, but like I still died. So was there... Did they adjust their aim, or was their aim just like incorrect and I accidentally fixed it for them? That's what I'm wondering. I feel like I might have accidentally helped them. So we don't have a lot of paint because we have not and blaster. Kinda rough. Try to chase that kill. This is a bad idea. I'm trying to chase kills on a shooter. Crop is like bad. I don't like this. No armor, no missile, cringe comp. But kinda unironically is the saddest part. And they have both. Oh, that guy got bodied. Nice. Let's just take map. Move forth. Prosper. And watch the rail. Do you really want to go that way? Okay. You say so. I don't approve of it. Not fizzy. Right, it's like never a good idea outside of like very situational stuff. I went for it there because I saw there were multiple people on left. And if we won the fight, maybe it could have worked, but I didn't cleanly win the fight, so no. Did not work very well. Alright, we kill the armor, that's good. I mean, I'll kill them there, I know how to get there. You just have to take the rail from them is the thing. I mean, you do that, that's fine. I mean, just repop and we go, it's a Saluna. Yeah. You gotta be a bit smarter about how you cheese it, my friend. Like, even I don't troll there, like... It's not an easy spot to grab it, but like, I just... They have a Luna and a Dynamo, I just don't trust them to like, defend that, yeah. You think you're clever, I would do it too. But like... I don't know, it's a very, very shaky spot to camp it with a lead of like 30, considering the lead is right there. Like, nah, if you camp that way, you have to do it in like, a spot like Mall. Like, underneath mid. Like, that's a good spot, because if you die, it's like, in neutral at least, and it's kind of hard to kill them. Like, you're literally standing in the open there. So, you know, I would not recommend that one. Unless you're at like a lead of like 1, but even then, make a Rainmaker snowballs too fast, I don't like doing that on that map. Like, the best spot's like the corner, I guess. So we're gonna have to sit here for like a minute because this game is weird, and if you queue up in League, the moment that rotation switches, you just get stuck and you're looking at the screen. And why would you do that when you can, no, that's not the image. Why would you do that when you can look at this instead? The resolution isn't even correct. Good old Bunger. And whatever the strawberry things are called, I forget what they're called. We're just sitting here for like a solid minute. Okay, finally transitioned. The bunker can stay, but we make it small. That's the face cam. The face cam is Bunger. That's me. That's me not playing League, but thank you, Mai, for playing League. Strappy? That sounds right. I knew it was like something like that, but not Strawberry. That's an ugly league. That's a very ugly league. Like, this league is only pretty if you play like Seajet or like 52. Or maybe Tent. I guess Bamboo too. Like, there's weapons that work on it, but that's like an ugly rotation. What weapon do we want? I can't lie, I kind of want to play Rapid Pro Deca, but I'm just going to get annoyed because it's Western solo queue and I can't hold forward. That's my concern here. I feel like the answer is be selfish and just play an S tier shooter, but yeah. Charlemagne, glad to hear. Favorite map modes? Favorite modes are zones and clamps for sure. As for maps, I don't know. I like Clamp Snapper. I don't really know if I have like a favorite map. I think Pit Zone is cool. I think Reef Zone is cool. I don't know. I don't really have a ton of maps. I just think like I love this map. It's more so just like I would play on that map kind of thing. Forgot the introduction thing was added. I don't even know. I didn't know that was a thing. I had no clue. Alright, chat, I give you an ultimatum. What form of top tier do you want? I'll give you options. Do you want this top tier? This top tier? Or that top tier? Because that's how tower control works in this game. So you're getting one of these. I don't really care which. They're all shooters. They're all just soulless. But like, it's easy to autopilot them on stream. If you don't like your options, well, that's what Nogami said your options are. That's tough luck. Nogami willed it into existence. Orange zip? No, that's not an option. No. I don't even want to call it like I don't want to call it a dollar store K-shot, but it's like the K-shot at home, but it's still a K-shot in basic functionality. Like it's like a what did FLC call it? He called it like zoomy K-shot, you know? Something like that. You're hard pressed, you hate them all. Spin a wheel. Okay, we'll get a 3-sided coin, which totally exists. What happens if I Google 3-sided coin? Does it actually, like... What is the 3-sided coin? No. Alright, random number generator. We'll make K-Shot 1, NZAP 2, and K-Gal 3, and we'll randomize. Oh no, it appears the generator has picked NZAP. Oh no. If I get bored, I'll switch to a different top tier. The best thing about playing this weapon is I like my gear. It has nothing to do with the weapon itself. I have stamp on every weapon, not every weapon, but most of them. I don't have it on Hydros, because I don't like playing those. And I think a couple of... I did Rapid Pro Deca, which is funny, because that weapon's actually kind of cool, but it's only like fun in a team setting. I never get to play it. CRB, I don't think I have one, I think. I have one over, it's always Hydra, that's like the first one anyone ever asks about like this. All done, Blue Gluga, no. Hydra, not even close. This Hydra, yes. The weapons with hero variants, I don't on most of them, I think, aside from shot. Custom leader. Applies on both, I don't like that weapon. Fire scope, K-scope, I don't like scopes. This Squiffer, but kinda close, that Squiffer, but kinda close. Drag brush, Octobrush Nouveau, which is funny because this was my peak Clan Blitz weapon in X Power for like forever. Because Soldier told me to play it as a joke for rotation, but I just like won a bunch and I didn't never play the weapon, so that's there. V-Speed's kinda close. Crack-On is terrible. Cherry makes me upset. Custom range is a travesty. Luna Neo's a meme. So we have like most weapons. Of course, in top tiers. Yeah, Watan's on the money. K52, Grey Zap, K-Shot, Flow Squeezer, C-Jet. C-Jet's pretty used. Neo Splash is really good. Not so good in Rainmaker TC specifically. Bamboo is really good. Other weapons are pretty fun. The meta's like mostly shooters, which is kind of stale, like uninteresting. I miss my Umbrella being top tier. Yeah, Umbrella KP, they do have similar playstyles, but KP2 is just like infinitely easier to play with like a lot lower risk and a lot higher reward. Or not like a lot higher reward, it's just easier. Like being easy to play is just a big deal in a game like this. Yeah, like I don't even play K52 that much. I have like 500,000 on it roughly, but like it's just like easy to play and it's like functionally playing a similar style to Umbrella is easy, so such as roller. 2 rollers. I honestly didn't even know it was this map. I was looking more at the fact that I got 3 shots. I tried to pre-fire them. That sucks. I was more so focused on the fact Mako was on. I didn't even notice that this was the second map, which I'm fine with. Kind of snowbally sometimes, but that's TC in nature. Why did you peek that? I was so close to armor. Fine. I wish my D-Jet didn't peek before I armored, but oh. I thought he was out of bullets for some reason. I realized he had like a full charge. I don't like our comp. We have 2 splashdowns, it's really bad. I mean, they have 2 splashdowns too, but like, I don't know, just not a fan of that overall. I like partial LD, I just never run out of ink ever again without hitting R. Oh. I saw someone move there, I didn't know what. Here's the thing, they have a 52, we don't, and we have 2 splashdowns, so that complicates things, because the 52 just sits on our comp really. Matchup. Shouldn't have dropped on this, because he's gonna 2-shot me. Yep. On weapon. Okay, what? Machine. Oh my goodness, my team is so bad at killing a ground tower. I shouldn't have climbed it, but like, I'm trusting the machine. They kill them. Way too long on that. My goodness. I hate this matchup. Yeah, this is kind of horrible. Fighting K-Gal with, like, me being the only lethals. Very cringe. So we have no missile for the Hydra either, so their comp is just, like, way better. Kinda terrible. And the undercover is somewhat functional next game. It needs a damage buff. Like, having a bad kill time in this game is, like, actually a death sentence. Also, they need to give it, like, a really goated kit. And that's how, like, weaker main weapons should be. Okay, this Siege is, like, dying. Like, I don't know why you're dropping there. Cannot help you. Like, you are the Stingray. You're, like, the only secondary stall we have outside of me throwing suction. Alright, we literally need to knock this out, so... Kinda rough. Yeah, that splashdown. Getting splashdown. Great at least, but... Like, we're not even on tower, so... The canopy needs a small fix. I never really, I don't know, like, every time people complain about that, I never really agree. It's just, it'd be nice for it to be bigger, but I don't think that's, like, the problem with it fundamentally. That's, like, a small quality of life. What matters is, like, damage and stuff. Yeah, but Booyah, I don't know how we win this. Unless they feed. Okay, like, no lethals or anything for that either. Man. I kill both of them with a suction, but it's just like... They have a 52, we don't, so, you know, their comp is just better by default, and then I got no lethals outside of me, so that's just terrible. It's matchmaking. Yeah, Brawl Attempt are my favorite weapons, but playing them in solo kind of blows, so I don't. Or every time I try, I just give up really quickly, because it's just not fun. It's obnoxious. Yeah, I like Brawl a bit. 52 is a overtuned weapon that I think deserved to be nerfed way harder than it was, but I think the devs are done with balancing this game, so it's just unfortunate. I think 52 is really unhealthy for this game. Like, I feel like if they never patch this game again, you're gonna, like, play Splatoon 3 and come back to this game in, like, 2 years, and everyone's just gonna be like, K-Shot, K52 ends up, and that's, like, a really depressing thought. I mean, Thrall's okay, but, like, it's just not, it doesn't compete with, like, Unzap K-Shot, like, K-Gal for how easy they are, and, like, the kits they get, and, like, shooter frame data being, like, omega privileged. Like, 10's fine, too. They're just, like, difficult weapons when shooters are just easy and better. Like, literally anybody can play, like, Unzap. Like, anybody. If you, like, teach them, like, how to, like, time armor and paint to, like, not feed and chase things, then, like, basically anybody can. I don't like having a blob and a custom junior, but we'll see. Wow. Am I blind? I thought the K-Shot... Oh, they have Ninja. Okay, that's why. I was just like, where did they go? I don't know why you're challenging that. I trade it because I had armor, it sucks. Are there any good barrels? It's basically like all the tents are fine contextually, and Sorrel barrel's fine, but the rest are kind of like not competitive really. Or like you would need to work like way harder to make those weapons work, and it's like not worth it. Like no one uses undercover and comp anymore really. Like relevant levels of play. This might be kind of early, but it's a Western lobby, so meh. Yeah, I feel like it's not even a frame data problem on the Canopy's part. This is this game's netcode being bad, like on an objective point of view, sadly. I don't know how they would like rework the game to like punish people for being laggy though, because in this game being laggy is basically just a strict advantage, which is really lame. Like there's so many people who just like get so much benefit out of bad net as long as they don't DC. Kind of annoying. I think undercover will work the same as it does in 2. But again, I think if they don't give it a damage buff or like an absolutely ridiculous kit, I don't think it'll be like really worth anything. They could also just like increase the durability to some extent. You know, like you can make like lethals one shot it still, but like, you know, like a bit more HP than what it is now, because 200 is kind of garbage. But I don't know if they'll do that, given they added the mechanic of the shield regenerating, which is like a cool idea, but like, I don't know, the weapon still can't kill. All you have to do to beat undercover is just walk backwards and it loses. Or just ignore it because it can't kill anything. Actually, I have a good example, but I'll wait for after this. I missed out on like 3 kills there. It's a nice name on the leader, dude. Honestly, as a picking leader, I don't think anyone's gonna do that, my guy. Be real with you. Yeah, was close. Okay, the Bob somehow won that. That's incredible. I shouldn't have challenged that, that was a horrible idea. Granted that in the recoil, but I tunnel on that. Being unga bunga. Could have thrown bombs at checkpoint. Yeah, they kind of just fed the jetpack. Can't do a ton about that. Why are you peeking the Nautilus? I'm dead. I heard my teammate peeking the Nautilus, which is a horrible idea, especially when you have an armor on your team, like we have two. I don't know why we're feeding. I don't know, the comp's just like strictly better. Like I'm stuck with a leader and a blob and TC, and they get like two of the most meta weapons and like a fourth one that's not even bad. Yeah, it was like kind of garbage matchmaking again. Sucks. But I think Undercover has a really big problem fundamentally because of how bad it is at killing. I think like the easy example that comes to mind. I don't even know where the term originates from. Honestly, I heard it from Wolfie, who plays doubles in Pokemon. He said this a while ago about like how some mons are good in singles, but like suck in doubles. It's like that all my friends are dead syndrome, which is basically Undercover so passive and does such garbage damage that you can literally just ignore it and kill everybody else, and then it's just useless because it can't win a fight against multiple people for its life. So that's like the thing with that weapon. Like it's literally just like ignore it, don't care about it, go kill the other people, and then it literally cannot clutch because it's incapable of killing people. And that's like, you'll see that people will just run like quad shooter. They'll run like 52k shot, like and zap, and like whatever weapon is the fourth thing. You kill their teammates, and it's just like, okay, the Undercover is complete garbage and useless now because it's only like passable in team fights. But like Undercover's like the definition of all my friends are dead syndrome. And that's why I don't like that weapon anymore. I liked it back then, because Kunder's kit was really good at harassing a lot of weapons safely. Like Torpedo plus armor and a shield was really cool to beat weapons like Charger. But like they've nerfed like everything that Kunder was like half decent against. Like now all the meta weapons just like don't care. You know, like a 52 throws down a wall and it's just like Undercover is physically incapable of breaking that or doing anything to them. So it's like, I don't care. And then like K-Shot ends up like, I throw a suction, you're useless, or like you can't fight, or you just get melted. Like, I don't know. I think Undercover just has like that problem in a game where kill times are ridiculously fast, and that's just horrible. It's just like you can't really do anything with it. Also, max 30 for that game sucks. I had a blob and annihilator. That's kind of stupid, but yeah, such as. I don't really care about the points, it's more so just like matchmaking's obnoxious like that. Could care less about points. I am the only bomb on my team. Again, they have a really good comp. Why am I stuck with like the low tier stuff? I don't want Dapple. I really don't. Damn, bro. Like, I guess I'm an armor, but like, I don't know. Kind of weird champ by matchmaking, to be honest. Oh yeah, but like I said that because like I heard that from like Wolfie, and that explains why a Pokemon like Toxapex is amazing in singles, but like kind of garbage in doubles because it has like no damage output. It's just like you just don't care about it, you just ignore it. You just kill everything next to it, and I can't do anything about it. I don't know what to do. Our comp is just like so much like worse objectively. Like I don't know what I'm expected to do. One, but no one on my team can hit anything. I may as well not hit any of the bullets at all. Like, I don't know, I kind of just have to play like the war of attrition with stalling right now. I get the kills where I can. Where'd you pop those? That sucks. There's a good rotation for Dapple. I just don't like Dapple. It's just a low tier in my mind. I'm sorry. That's just like, as a competitive player, I do not see it as a good weapon. That's just how I see it. Like, it's so lucky, people can play whatever they want, but I'm just like comparing to like all the ridiculously good stuff on the enemy team, I feel like outclassed for having that on my team. I like doubles more than singles. I can see it, I just don't like Dynamax as a mechanic, so I could never get into it. As far as like a Gen 8 POV, like it seems neat, but like, I don't know, like the arbitrary limitations of formats kind of bug me, also that was a good kill. I fell off, whoops. I don't want to like hug too close to the tower because I heard the carbon and then that happened, so yeah. I know we've been on the back foot this entire game because their comp is just better. So. Life. Well, I almost got them. Teammate. Oh my goodness. This is horrible. No one even knelt me with that. That is atrocious. Like, if you're not getting an inkjet recoil in your spawn, you're not, like, you're just not gonna get it. Like, we're not winning it. Like, I wanna move up. But like, I'm definitely on it, but okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I like watching doubles, but I don't like playing it. I don't like factors in it. Like, it's like how like you can have the POV of singles can be really stally and like regen spam and like status spam and like hazards, blah blah blah. But like, I kind of view like in a similar light when I watch doubles. Sometimes I'm just like, I don't like the idea that you just have to guess on protects or like guess on what's that one move? I don't like guessing on protects or guessing on ally switches and like having like you get rock slide and then you just get like flint. Like, there's cheesy stuff in like both formats. I don't know. I just don't like Dynamax on the whole. So I'm not playing Hunts up. I'd rather play Kegel. I'm playing a support weapon, a game where we have to be selfish. Who am I supporting if my team doesn't know how to camp an inkjet landing? I'm gonna be real with you. The guessing protects is fun. I think it just like the games are so short in doubles that I feel like guessing wrong on protect literally just like costs you the game sometimes from like every time I watch it. Not like literally every time, but like, you know what I mean? Like guessing wrong just feels so terrible. Because like, oh, I'll double into this mon, and then he gets wrong, and it's just like, that feels really lame to me. I don't know. Again, I find it more fun to watch than play. I think it's. I think I can understand the POV. Like, I think watching doubles is more interesting than watching singles to an extent. But like, I kind of like the slower pace of singles sometimes because it's like, okay, I can win with X mon, but I have to like chip like these 2 or 3 mons. But if you do that, then eventually you can finally like sweep it through one thing. It's like I have a Cortana, but they have a Tornadus and a Zapdos. So if I break those down or get rid of those somehow, I can win. You know, like I think that's pretty cool. That's definitely a thing where like sometimes you just see like regen spam and it's just like super slow and it's just like this is annoying. Yeah, I don't know. I think that these are just like I mean, it happens in singles a lot too, especially like late game. Like if you guess wrong on the one turn where it matters the most, you can just lose. But yeah, it's the nature of it, I guess. I commend you for playing Brella. You have more patience than me, at least on stream. I cannot bear playing that weapon in solo queue on stream. It is kind of awful. Nice. What's that? You hit me first? I don't care. I have a wall. I'm just gonna heal. Oh, he's in a fiend right now. We're fiending now because we can chart and get a kill. Because our weapon is well balanced. I'm probably dead for 10 missiling that. Yeah, fair. I still traded! I still traded! Ah, I hate it here. Janora, thank you for the resub. 20 months, thank you. I appreciate it. Have a wall. Go crazy. That was like the worst wall of all time, I'm gonna be real. Nice. Not nice, but their whole team died, so it's okay. Like, you do all the movement and everything, but it's like, who cares? My weapon's better than yours. I hate that. They're just like, oh, I gotta not get two-shot, and then I'm just like, okay. That's cool. I'm gonna point at you and you die anyway. Like, what do you do? Like, what do you do? Like, actually. What do you actually do about that? Like, 52 is, like, the most, like, anti-fun weapon. Like, imaginable. Like, I'm, like, mad that they can't do anything about that. Like, cool, you missile them, so it should be your approach, but it's just like, I tank it, I throw a wall, you throw your bomb at it, it still doesn't break, and it's just like, up. Sucks to be you. I should have traded that one in bed. I also could have thrown a wall. Probably would have been better. You literally can't do anything. There's nothing you can do about that. At all. There's nothing you can do about that. Like, this weapon's so stupid! How do people lose with this? I don't get it! It's like, oh, no, didn't ask, don't care. No option. Please die. That was a really good kill by the Bravo. Ow. That sucks. I should swam off tower. That happens a lot. I mean, like, all I have to do to win is literally just build a booyah. Like, not have people feed. I was like, I died mid booyah, I already have it. Like, so dumb. I two-shot him while jumping. Skillful. What a skillful weapon. Like, oh my god. I'm not actually mad, I just like... Sometimes I forget how privileged it is, and sometimes I think, am I overblowing this? And then I play it. I'm just like, no, they literally can't do anything. With like more than half the weapons in the game. Like, I don't care I got 8 or 11, it's literally just... It's literally just the amount of presence this weapon, like, commands of just like, no, you can't do anything, deal with it. It's so sad. Like, I'm convinced 52s only mess up because they get impatient. Like, I feel like the weapon has all the tools. Like, if you have the other pieces necessary to just, like, deny, like, every, like, bad weapon in this game. Or even, like, a lot of, like, good weapons. It's so painful. The poor K-shot missiles me. And it's just like, okay, I throw the wall at them and I hit them with one bullet, and it's just like, you can't do anything about it. You have to respect the space. If you don't, you just die. You also can't approach it. It's just like weird seeing the devs like neuter so many things in this game, and they look at 52 and they're like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine that people are getting like 3,000 in Japan. It's fine that there's like multiple hundred of these in top 500. That's fine. It's fine. It's balanced, I swear. No, people legit lose with this weapon because they get bored or impatient. Like, that's literally it. I'm convinced. Like, that's like actually the reason you lose with this weapon, or you just start jumping because you're like, haha, funny. Like, if you had the mental fortitude to be patient enough with this weapon, I feel like you just would not lose your fights. Like, you would get away with like virtually everything imaginable. Like, even this game, they have one lethal, so I can literally stand in front of like everything here with a wall. Like, my teammate uses me as bait, two-shot them. Okay, that's my aim, my bad. But even I had to, I could have just like swam away, you know? Guy's like one or Swiffer though. That guy was shotgunning. Gross. Bad. Got the wall again, and you jump two-shot them, and you're just better at the game. You get armor, you're literally invincible, you go up, you paint, you eat the hit that would have killed you, you deny them, you throw the wall, you do it again, you booyah your life. Wow. So awesome. I don't even know where you land. Okay. I tunneled on the splash. Like, I feel like I could just play like I'm fiending and get away with everything. It's so sad. Hi, Cooker. I still trade. Crying. No, K52 should be pushing up like a lot, but not in like an I'm gonna feed kind of way, and then like I'm a distraction you have to respect kind of way. Combo. Okay. And. This Posh is like mega shotgunning. Yep. I'm just vibing. I literally don't know they're there. I heard them, and it's just like, I'm gonna turn my camera sideways, and it's like, oh, congratulations, you just two-shot them. Congratulations, you're carried. Cry about it, cry about it, cry about it, cry about it, cry about it. Like, so stupid. Can't do anything, can't do anything, can't do anything, can't do anything, can't do anything. Cry about it. What do you do? This is a genuine cry for help from the balanced team. What do you mean I'm getting the win con? Cry about it. Like, how do you... How? How do you actually lose with this weapon? I don't understand. I hate this game. Not actually, but I'm depressed that this weapon is even remotely decent. I'm just sad. Why couldn't it be Brawler? Why couldn't it be a not shooter weapon? Why? I ruined somebody's day. I just stole like 40 points from somebody and I don't feel good about it. Somebody's day has been ruined. Yeah, why be a one trick of a hard to play high tier when you can just play K-Gal and instill patient habits and just be better than like everything in the game basically? It's so sad. It makes me so pain. Hello, Terrell. In conclusion, heck K-Gal. I hope 52 it suffers in mid-tier forever in S3. Where it deserves to be. I'm gonna be real with you. I like being transparent with my audience, so I'm fully transparent and just thinking that this weapon is horrible for the game. That is where I stand. Uh-oh. I don't like our comp this game though. We have like no lethals. And they have a K-shot that's kinda bad. The blaster was kinda laggy. Someone's laggy. Something doesn't feel right in this room. Skillful two-shot, yeah! Like, bro, it's literally a coin. Like, it is actually a point-and-click adventure when you pick this leg. What? I even killed you. Oh yeah, I got combo because the devs decided let's buff Splatter Shot. Yeah, that's something we needed to do. Let's buff Splatter Shot to deal with another problematic weapon. Like, bro. Was good by the Nautilus. I don't know where my team is, but I don't like our comp. Like, I feel like we lose this because I can stall as much as I want, but we need to actually win our fights, but our comp is, like, janky. There's no lethals. And having no lethals versus Nautilus is kinda terrible. That kinda means very. I don't even think it's a problem about wall. I think 52 is just overtuned as hell. Like, 52 should not have everything that it does by any means. Like, wall's always been a sub to kind of just, like, you know, like, deny and filter a ton of weapons. Like, that's not new, but putting it on a weapon with one of the fastest kill times in the game and some of the best frame data in the game, an ink efficiency that's, like, above average because of how they nerfed efficiency on, like, everything is, like... And you gave it a special to, like, enhance all that? Like, no, that's stupid. That's bad balancing. My wall disappeared, that sucks. Like, I don't think wall is problematic on any other weapon in this game. Like, Firefang could be annoying at times, but, like, it's a charger. It is literally just 52. Holding the mantle of, like, making people think that wall is, like, overtuned. I think it's more 52 being a really problematic main weapon. I mean, I've been saying this forever. At this point. I definitely hit you twice, and I think you're laggy, but okay. Like, there was no time to hit between that, and that was definitely close range. But alright, buddy. My comp is kinda garbage. Yep, it gets removed in 3. I don't mind wall, I just think it's 52's problem, not wall's problem. It's wall plus Booyah on one of the most mobile, fastest kill time weapons in the game with, like, no downtime because they refuse to nerf the ink efficiency for some reason. Like, 52 is actually just horrible balancing. There is no balancing at all on 52. My comp is trash, like, that was awful. -6, fair. Remember when they buff wall so you can throw when one's still active? I think that's fine, like... I think wall is, like, okay. Like, yeah, it's kind of problematic. It's problematic when you put it on, like, a busted main weapon, because they nerf the hell out of every main weapon in this game. No, like 52 would be okay by me if it had ink efficiency nerfs. Like, even if you don't do the paint nerf, I think it would have been fine, but they didn't even bother to do that. And I'm just like, you're not even trying! There is no attempt. This is supposed to be like the slower, clunkier version of Splatter Shot that 2 shots, and is sometimes inaccurate. It's like, okay, let's make it paint better. Let's make it more accurate, so we downplay the weakness significantly, and, you know, let's just undo all the weaknesses it has. And it's just like, no, that's not how you balance it. What do you mean? Like, if you wanted to buff 52, like, I don't like... I think the buff they gave it where the fall-off damage caps out at 30, that was a good buff, like, legitimately. Because that means any bullet it ever has without OS breaks armor. Like, that's a legitimately good buff. But then they do that, they remove the weakness by making RNG, like, less of a problem on it. When it wasn't even, like, that big of a problem in the first place, and now it's just overtuned on the whole. But it still paints because you buff the paint now, and you buff Booyah, like, a lot since it's that Booyah dropped. And you give the main weapon a bunch of frame data buffs, and now it just, like, schmoos on everything that isn't also a shooter. It's just like, there is too much going on this weapon. Like, do you realize how bad some of the main weapons are in this game? Like, you literally cannot compete with that outside of, like, the top, like, 10 to 20% of weapons. Like, they either get schmooved on, can't deal with wall booyah, or they just die faster. Or they're too baby gun, or they have no lethal. Like, it's crazy. It boggles my mind. How did the Hydra die that fast? This is a genuine question. I don't like that I have 2 Blaster when they have an ends up. I'm a K-Gal, so... Fair enough. And by fair enough, I mean nonsense versus nonsense. Why are you sharking here, dude? I swear this guy, like, does not get hit by the second bolt ever. Why are we playing so passive? Like, you can't shark all game with 2 blasters. Against armor, you're just gonna let them do what they want. Okay, this guy's definitely laggy. Like, you did not die there. That you did not die there. That's so much further back. DPJ, what do you do? What do you do? Oh, you have privileged frame data. Okay, fair. Bro, stay still! Oh my god. That does not know what paint means. About attention, they got the snipe, that's good. That's less good. That's a lot less good. Better main weapon. It can kill you. I asked the blaster that ignores paint. Like, there's no shot that, because I was gonna say, like, there's no shot that Luna misses the kill. I think this person's actually moving unnaturally. Literally can't do anything about it. I hate this because like this lead is so bad. Like they have to get through checkpoint 1, but that's like literally it to lead. Like the blaster's in position, but they're getting gate kept by the fact I have a wall. But I think that's like a thing. Blaster in general, I think, seriously needs a like universal buff where they do more object damage. Like I get it's supposed to be a weakness that you can't shred things, but like holy, they cannot shred anything. Their DPS is like bottom tier. Do you see the way they floated down from that ledge? That looked weird. Okay, goodbye. Haha. Where's this blaster? Okay, whatever. Haha. Worst main weapon alert. You missed your shot alert, like... So dumb. I don't need to burn this right now, but I'm just going to. I want to get a better lead. I thought this was another mode for some reason. I'm just gonna take their spawn paint. Like, we're getting a better lead out of it, and I can just use this to win in overtime if we like didn't win this fight. Like, I could just do whatever the frick I want. Conspiracy theory, they're making us too as annoying as possible so people are forced to 3. I've heard someone commented that on one of my YouTube videos like a few weeks ago, and I kind of sat there and stared at it, and I'm like, that's like so stupid that I actually could believe it. Like, oh, that would be so horrible if they actually meant to do that, but like, it's just like sad. Like, all the interesting weapons in this game are just like niche or like hard to play, and it's just like, it's not fun. If I want to play a shooter, I'll play a different shooter. The whole appeal of Splatoon is like, I like all the weird weapons, and it's just like, you watch a competitive game these days, and it's like, oh look, 8 shooters! Wow! It's like, that's not fun. That's boring. I don't like watching stuff with 8 shooter, I'm gonna be real. Like, I don't even keep up with like tournaments anymore or anything. I like barely spectate this game right now. It's just like the same thing over and over. It's all shooter, all armor, all missile. I'm just like, bro, this is not fun. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I think they really need to fix the special issue in 3. Like, no more universal button, and if it is, like, not like armor missile tier of good, that cannot exist in the same game as Splashdown. Like, that's actually ludicrous. I don't know. I hope that 3 does a better job with balancing, because I feel like there were a lot of fun patches in this game. Like, even through metas, people hated. I'm like, this is still fun. Like, why is your endgame meta, like, after, like, multiple years of patching, somehow, like, one of the worst things ever? Like, you would think the game would improve over time, but, like, this is, like, the worst it's been in a long time. What the heck happened? You nerfed every non-shooter and buffed shooters for, like, 3 years, and it's like, oopsie, what happened? What happened? Why is everyone playing shooter? Watch tournaments, still get catch with being passive and wondering why they drag out the game for so long. Like, that's how you play the game. It's just like, it's not fun. Again, like, anybody can do it. It's so easy. Like, if you want to play to win, this is like one of the easiest metas to do it. You literally just, like, you pick armor missile and you don't get bored and you don't feed armor, and like, that's all you need to do. And done. That bomb was really good. I would have gotten away with it otherwise. And just thrown a wall. Now, our comp is bad. Our comp isn't great, but ours is, like, bad. What a high-risk attempt at a kill that is so scary. I was so scared the inkjet would kill me by pointing at my wall and having to shoot it, like, 3 times in order to even get a chance to kill me. That was so scary. Yeah, shred my wall. Burn your whole charge on the wall. Yeah, and now I booyah. What are you gonna do? Nothing! And I throw the wall again! Ah, you can't kill me because I have a wall! And I was supposed to two-shot them, but I executed poorly. Like, I don't know how easy they can make the game for people. I really don't. Like, how are you losing it with this an armor missile? Genuine question. Throw the wall and you can't break it. Bam, two-shot, throw another wall. Cry about it, camp the landing. You had armor, I'll cry about it. We'll all cry about it collectively, it's okay. This is group copium. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do about it? Bad RNG, by the way. This is a bad place to sit. Bang bang. It's so sad! What do you do? What do you do? I'm in the wall, what can you do about it? Throw another wall. What do you do? Oh, I hit you with 2 bullets. Oh, it extends. Oh, the Hydra can't play the video game. Oh no! The jetpack can't break the wall. What does it do? Oh, he gets camped on the land. Oh no! It's so sad. It's all so sad. It's just oppression, like, their weapons aren't good enough to deal with it. Like, just straight up, like, they aren't. The only weapon with a chance is the Octoshot. Like, one of them has a point sensor, one is a mine, it's a slow weapon, and then Roller is just Roller, like... Yeah, imagine queuing up without lethals and broken frame data and good pain against 52. Like, sorry for existing. Like, I point and laugh at cops when I played, like, Brella and Tent and solo queue, like, it's funny that way, but, like... At least that weapon doesn't melt people in, like, whatever it is, like 12 frames or whatever ridiculous number it is. Pain. It's okay. We gotta get it out of our system before S3. It'll make us appreciate a new game all the more. Splatoon 3 could be broken as hell, launch be unbalanced as hell, and I'll be happy. Assuming that it isn't just a repeat of shooters being broken and specials being stupid. And there's no K52. That's all I'm asking. Can't use Zap, so you're picking Hydra, huh? Why Hydra if you can't use Zap? That's so... particular. Like, those weapons play totally differently. I don't know what the... Okay, you censored me, cool. Very cool. Ow! Stop existing. Right now. Stop existing. Stop existing. I comboed off of the 1 bullet, by the way, on that jetpack with the Booyah. That's kind of funny, though. I know I have comeback, but, like, I'm halfway to a Booyah already. Like, what is this? Why is it 190? There's no excuse for this. Like, this should be 200 minimum. Actually, no excuse for this. Oh. Oh, I didn't throw my wall right. If I threw it more to the left, that would have been, like, the oppression, and I could have just dropped on them. I don't like our comp. I'll be real with you. I'm gonna go this way. Die. Ow. Roller, do something. Roller, do something. Did you seriously dead zone that twice? Is that what that was? They definitely flicked them 3 times and they didn't die. What? Oh, I hope that wasn't... I hope that was their aim and not Roller dead zones. That's depressing. Where did that land? Am I mental? I genuinely don't know where that landed. Maybe I'm just blind. I see that right? Yeah, someone's here. Yeah, you. Look at the little puppy Nautilus trying to kill me. If your weapon could have pressed Nautilus, I think there's an issue. Like, damn, bro. I mean, honestly, Wall is pretty good against Nautilus, but it's just... Better main weapon alert. You can't do anything. Why am I jumping? My brain cells are rapidly disappearing the more I play this. Why don't I bully people in solo queue? I'll be honest with you. It's just, it looks much meaner when I'm picking like a definitive top 3 weapon. Especially in solo queue, like. You can argue K-Gal's like slightly worse than comp and like that's fine. Like I'll accept that, but like in solo queue this weapon's like legitimately just like what the heck is this? This isn't even fair. Oh. Like listen, you put this weapon in your game, I'm gonna show people what it does. And the answer is ruin the game. Edge. Yeah, go into my wall. What do? You can't do anything, you just have to give me the space for free. Like, oh no, my weapon's so inaccurate. I only got them to jump out and give me the entire left side for free. Oh no, so sad. Balance because the RNG is really bad. Like, oh. Now I'm invincible! Invincible! What do? You literally can't do anything! Yeah. Oh no, the 52 is armored behind a wall and has a booyah. It appears we lose the fight instantly. Yeah, I think universally in Splatoon 3 they should make the special cost higher, like at least like 200, but in general the rule of thumb, weapons that paint better should have more expensive specials, like that should be obvious, but apparently to the devs it isn't, and Range Blaster needs to be 200 and so does 210 and Camo's 210, but VJet is 180 and K-Shot's 180 and Junior's 180, like, no? That's stupid? I don't like, you would think that'd be like obvious to like not balance the special costs that way, but apparently that's not the case. Like, bro, you cannot give me 200 rain on Range Blaster and say go build it. I'm like, what do you think I am, an NZAP? Like, who are you telling to build a rain? Dad, I got a friend request. Do you think they're cursing me out for picking 52? Or do you think it's someone who genuinely wants to be friends? Because I don't know if I'd want to be friends with a K52 in solo queue. I don't know if that's a good life decision. Especially on 180 on Wunder. I mean, it's 150, which is funny, but it's a Wunder. Actually, I'd be okay if they kept Inkmine on Undercover. I think Inkmine has really good synergy on Undercover. I just think it needs a legitimate special. And then I think that kit could actually be interesting. I don't know what special I'd pick, though. I have to see more of the specials in 3. I don't know if any special really strikes me as like an Undercover synergy one so far. Damn, their comp is meta as frick, and then there's just a random Swiffer. The elusive TC lobby with like all these like S tier weapons and no armor. Ow. My other teammate died, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. We had a good opening and then I just went for the meme play because I thought the Jet was alone. But the K-Shot was a good teammate and didn't ditch them. How nice of them. Ah. Ow, good aim, Jesus. Cry about it, cry about it, cry about it, cry about it. Cry about it. Cry about it. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? You're not building a Stingray, I'll tell you that. Cry about it. I'm privilege incarnate, you cannot stop me unless I'm being bad or stupid. That was me being stupid. You win this one, K-Shot. I hate Stingray paint, this is so hideous, look at this! Ew. Gross. Alright, we touch the tower to get 5 seconds of special bonus because this mode is well designed. Yeah. Wow, that's awesome. Cool Stingray. Cool 10 missile, that did so much for you. I'm glad you could break the 52's wall, that's epic. I'm not dropping on that, there's no reason to. I'm sorry, Swiffer. No, I'm not playing this weapon. No one's sorry. You're unapologetically mean if you're picking this. You just want to win. Go crazy. Go crazy. What do you do? I wonder if 52 will be like an S3, if I think they'll nerf it. I hope they do. This weapon deserves to rot in mid-tier hell. This weapon's not healthy if it's good. Like, it should just be a mediocre shooter with a better kill time. Like, straight up. I don't care. Take it. Take a mediocre shooter with a better kill time if you want a better kill time. Don't dominate the game by just existing. No. I said that forever when people are like, oh, I'm so sad, 52 is like an awkward niche weapon, but I'm like, no. No, hold that. I don't care that you're sad that that weapon's bad. That weapon doesn't deserve to be good. The devs literally saw what 96 Deco was in Splatoon 1, and they're like, yeah, let's do that again, but make it on like a far more mobile, more ink-efficient weapon. With like a less selfish special that's still for self-preservation. You know, with the better frame data and all the main weapon buffs that 52 got in terms of like frame data. Like, no, I don't feel bad for you at all. There was a reason 52 wasn't the greatest enough one, because its special wasn't, like, its special was whatever. 52 with wall is so oppressive. That's not healthy. Like, I'm glad it had Whale in S1. Peak 96 Deco in Splatoon 1 was a war crime, and they said, let's do it again. Why? I like the brush, but the rest of her comp is kind of nice. If anything, K52 is more of a war crime because his kill time is like faster. That's more mobile. And more ink efficient. Like, this is... You know, obviously like Pheromone Cracker and stuff like that's stupid, and like wall pre-patch in S1 was actually like a legitimately problematic thing, but like how do you end your metagame on the weapon I'm currently holding in my hands and think, yeah, this is good. This is fine. I'm holding the thing. Respect my authority. Respect it. Or suffer. Or suffer. Or suffer! Damn. I don't know why I was pointing at them anyway, like... Okay, whatever. Suffer! I have no ink, but cry about it! What are you gonna do about it? answer is nothing, your weapon can't do anything. Dropped on the wall. Oh my god, I feel so bad for this bucket. This poor bucket. No. So sad. Okay, we need more survival tools. Oh yeah, we're gaming. More survival tools. This is way too far ahead of the wall. I probably should suicide right over the tower, but I'm just trolling at this point. I'm trolling it on like top 600. That's the state of this game. How easier top tiers are to play. Bang. That's skillful. Good job. Chat, I think today has taught me that being sleep deprived and playing 52 is a dangerous combination for everyone around me. That's all I've learned today. Like, damn, being like sleep deprived is actually like, it feels like I'm unhinged. I do not care. I simply do not. I should consider it more. I mean, it's like, okay, but it's like the thing where it's just like, it's really funny picking a top tier and just oppressing the hell out of people. Because you're just like, damn, how did they get away with this, you know? Yeah. Like, if I want to play solo on stream, it's easy. It's better to pick easy autopilot weapons, and this is like one of the easiest, most autopilot-y I win the game weapons ever, because it's just a matter of like, oh, like, the opponent can't do anything about you, so like, again, like, cry about it, you know? Oh, it's so sad. It's so sad. No, people like conflate bad RNG on 52 with the fact it has a slow fire rate. Like, yes, you hit the first bullet, but your fire rate is slow. You missed like 4 bullets. Stop crying about it. Swim sideways to reset your RNG because it resets itself in half a second. Stop whining. This weapon is broken. Like, I do not feel any sympathy for you if you say 52. 52 isn't accurate. Like, no, shut up. Like, do you realize what you're holding in your hands? You're holding the button to delete Splatoon 2's. Like, I don't even know the word. You're holding the weapon you're holding in your hands is the button to just get people to move and buy Splatoon 3. That's what you're holding in your hands. That's powerful. You have so much strength in your hands, and you're just like, yeah, but I miss. And it's like, I do not care or feel bad for you. I really don't. Like, damn, your weapon isn't 100% consistent all the time. Okay, then go play Splash. You want it so bad. I don't know what to tell you. You literally have everything you can want on shooters. You're like, oh, K-Cal doesn't have a bomb. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, you can only play K-Shot and Zap or Junior. Or like all these other viable S-tier options. Or like, oh, but like, I want an accurate weapon, then play Splash. It's like, oh, I want a long-range shooter. It's like, go play Squeezer or Jet. If you play shooter, you could literally do anything. The world is your oyster. The world is your meta. I don't feel bad for you. You get all the options. What do I get? I get Umbrella with Sprinkler and a 200 bomb rush, and I get like, what is it, like, at this point, like 15 shots? Assuming I don't even open shield at all. I get like 6 or 7 shots of him shield flaring at someone? Like, no. I don't feel bad for you at all. Johnny on Vunder? Vunder's funny. But no, like, I never want to hear a shooter player unironically complain about this game. Like, no, you get literally everything on a silver platter. Like, what more do you want? Genuinely. What more could you ask for? Wall. That was the worst wall of all time. If not of all time, then one of the worst. That carbon wants to go in, and they died. Bang bang, aw. I'm gonna rotate. Oh, hi. Oh, I thought the carbon killed Neos section because I tried to stand on the other side of the wall for the carbon. My bad. Yeah, but he didn't really accomplish much. I was hoping to get a jump in or something, maybe. Ah. It's a top 500 C-Jet. The top 500 shooters are convening today. They're convening every day. They traded, okay. Bang bang. You're writing your philosophy paper and you reread it and you accidentally wrote K-52 is a good weapon due to weapon RNG. I'm poisoning the minds of the youth of Athens, and by Athens I mean modern society. I will be killed for such transgressions. But I will not regret what I have told you today. Also, we have flanks on our team. It's kind of yikes. Bad RNG, by the way. Bad RNG, by the way. Bad RNG, bad RNG weapon. Bad RNG. Bad RNG weapon. Unviable, cringe, terrible, bad, awful, terrible. Why would you ever pick this? You hear like 5 or 6 bullets while I'm jumping midair just land perfectly. Bad RNG. Really. I'm corrupting the minds of many today. Where I'm reminding you of the grim reality you live in. By grim reality, I mean Kent's a reality. I wish it was a grim reality. Grim is a sick weapon with actual tangible weaknesses. And even on the best comp it could be on, it's like a high tier at best, because it can't handle anything that's remotely good. It's depressing. Yeah, get out of here. Be gone. Cry about it, 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 cry about it. Like, what do you do? What do you do? There's nothing to do. There's nowhere to go, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. This is what it is. Why is it like this? Okay, to be fair, the missile made that even easier, but that's just so funny. Like that defines Splatoon 2 in like 2 sentences or two seconds. Now you're confusing me. Now I'm saying sentences instead of seconds. It's like, yeah, you tried to play the game and you were forced to move because you were threatened by this thing, and then a 52 put a wall in front of you, and then you're in a corner, and then the enemy team used missiles, and then you're just tech and done. Like, what do you do? Do nothing. Ow. I don't know what killed you over there, and I don't like that. I feel like I'm doing the best I can, but we can't really move up with the flings on our team. Like, the enemy team is just better at holding forward. Like, yeah, they don't have a ton of paint because K-Shot. Actually, no, I like their comp better still. Well, I hit him. There you go. Ow. Yeah, I don't know, we just can't push out with the flings. Like, we both have splashdowns and they have like an auto rush, but I'd rather have a carbon than like a flingza every day of the week. Like, if I have a flings on my team, I'd rather just have a... Please help me. I'd rather just have a K-shot. What do they have? And guess what? It's a shooter, so it's more splashable and could do more things. Wow. No. Imagine if Thunder was missile instead of Splashdown. It still probably wouldn't be used that much because it doesn't have a lethal and it can't deal with 52 and it can't break walls and it can't break objects and its kill time is like Beppy. Like, people would pick it and I could see it being like an option in TC maybe, but like it's still just like such a worse main weapon. So my T-Tech got 1 inkjet. That's not helpful for when we're pushing. -4. Let's go. It'd be a niche, but like that's just like That's like slapping the what do you call that tape? What's the I have like that one GIF in my head. Google help me. Yeah, the flex tape in all caps. You're slapping flex tape on like on Wunder's like a fish tank made out of like styrofoam, and you put like a piece of tape on it. And you're like, yeah, it can work now. Like, I don't know about that. I don't know that. I don't know if that fixes anything. Not the main weapon. I think the easy example is that it's like people unironically pick VJet right now because there's like no freaking crossfire weapons in this game. So it's a 180 missile and a long range shooter. And it's just like, Jet as a main weapon is not good. Like, it's so bad in so many regards. The paint is like hideous. Its bullet velocity without main power is terrible. Like, it has good damage, sure. Like 30, 32 is a good number. Which, by the way, they nerfed the damage on heavy, but not Jet. Just saying. Rolling my eyes right now. But like, the fact that VJet's even considered right now kind of just speaks to how the state of this game is. But even then, VJet just gets suppressed by stuff like K-Cal. It was just like, this is so sad. Everyone is shooters except the mini and the bucket, I'm so sorry. You're trying to enjoy something. I have like the worst walls next to the tower. Ever. Like, I don't think VJet's a good main weapon, but that's just like the state that this game is in right now. Like, I really don't like Jet as a main weapon. It shouldn't be good. But the game's not about playing with your main weapons anymore. I mean, it's always kind of been the case, right? But like, especially now. Like, remind me why Jet is a better cross-firing weapon than Heavy? A weapon that literally is built to crossfire and be mobile and stuff, but they decided you need 30 damage, but Jet can keep it. Remind me why that is? Yeah, it's like so one. He wasn't doing the combo, so I can afford to do that. I did not mean to drop there without the wall. Chat, remind me to look at my phone after this game. I will forget. I am sleep deprived. I promise. Help me. Burn your bombs on me and not the tower. Damn. I mean, alright, you can mess with me, that's fine. Oh. Uh-oh. It appears we DC'd. It appears the frames are having a moment. Uh-oh. Okay, are we good? Very good. It says unstable still. Hold on. Am I even live right now? I don't know. Says unstable. 8 drop frames. Oh yeah, it's gonna end soon anyway, so it's not the worst thing ever. That's the case, hold on. Are we alive? Are the frames alive? Like, I can go for like 20 more minutes, or... Actually, no, it's already 4:30, wow. Oh damn, we lost like 40 points! That's tragic. I also don't care, it's not deserved I'm playing 52. Thank you for the raid though. Buffalo's Hockey, I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. Since my net had a hiccup anyway, I'm probably gonna end since I usually end around this time anyway, and I feel like I'm losing my mind because I'm sleep deprived and playing 52 and I'm just going mental. Yeah, let me find someone to raid. Yeah, that's Rebecca. Today was fun though. I hope you enjoyed me being unhinged. I feel like that's not the most common thing ever. So maybe that was fun or entertaining, I don't know. Yeah. I'll probably stream tomorrow, we'll see. We'll figure it out. But thank you for vibing. And I will see you